It's fine. It's
Yeah.
fine. This is not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about 155 slides of Xenogears goodness.
I am so ready for this. And so if people don't know, because I imagine that a lot of Xenogears fans and TheKubliest fans are here tonight, and they might not be familiar with what we're doing here every week. But I'm currently playing through Xenogears for the first time, and I'm like 60 hours in, but I feel like I'm not really that far into the game. And part of that is just because I only get to play this game once a week and play it for about 3 hours per stream. And it's very difficult to hold all of the information in my head of what's going on in the plot, because it's not only convoluted, but they also deliberately hide and mislead and double speak a lot of stuff. So TheKubliest a while ago created a PowerPoint to sort of catch me up on, like, this is a good time to just sort of catch up on all the things that have happened in case you've missed or forgotten things or forgotten who a certain character is. And now that we're deeper into the game, it's time to sort of recap once again. So I think TheKubliest is going to be careful to not spoil things that are beyond the point where we're at in the game, which, how would we describe where we're at in the game?
I mean, I guess how I describe it on here, we have just acquired our very first Omni gear, and so we are about to free Ave. We're about to get there. So I guess I figured that kind of described it as we're up to the first Omni gear.
Okay. Yeah, and that was a pretty thrilling scenario where we...
Yeah.
I mean, the past couple of streams have been really good. We had the emergence of Puckle the Chew into a formidable battle partner, and then we had this excursion into Ave, right? No, into what's Margie's town?
Nissan.
So we went to Nissan, and then beneath Nissan, like in the tombs, right, was this Omni gear, and she actually got in it and was able to power it a little bit by her just sheer willpower and emotion.
Yeah.
So very exciting stuff. A couple really thrilling streams, and I'm ready to get caught up, and I hope everyone else is too.
Yeah. So technically, this is only the second PowerPoint presentation. I am, however, going to include. I wanted this to stand on its own. I wanted somebody to not have to watch multiple presentations. So I am doing sort of a condensed version of what I talked about at the beginning, but I also updated the slides to reflect what we know at this point. Because we did not know some things before, so of course I would have mentioned them, but just for clarity's sake, I'm putting down some more things that we know now that we did not know many hours ago.
Cool. And before we get going too far, let's ask the chat, is the background music level, the TheKubliest voice level, and my voice level, are we feeling pretty balanced before we get too far into this thing? Just to make sure that you can all hear and enjoy.
I also learned from last time, and I have scheduled some breaks for questions, but I'll go over that here in a. I have my information slide.
Oh, so we have some rules of engagement. Yeah.
Yeah. I have the rules slide.
Great. So for the most part, and also just to tell you, TheKubliest, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and give you the floor. I'll mute myself. I'll chime in if I feel like it's important. But for the most part, I'm going to let you do your thing. Feel free to ask me questions if you want to tie it back to things that we've done in the stream, or if you want to get my opinion or make sure that I'm following along. But otherwise, I'll try to, for the most part, let you do what you do.
Yeah, and I also actually I didn't have chat up last time, which was a mistake, so I have chat up this time now, so I am going to be able to follow everything that's going on.
Okay, so do we need to give anyone time to throw that bag of popcorn into the microwave for 3 minutes before you go? Have we all taken our bathroom breaks?
Yeah, I've got my water ready.
I've got sparkling and still. So.
Oh, nice. want me to burn my
Well,
popcorn?
Oh, okay. Hold on. Sorry, I gotta check out for 1 sec.
Yeah, what's everybody's preferred timing for popcorn? I haven't made microwave popcorn in forever.
It's around 3. I mean, what I do is I set it for 3 minutes, and then I do like you listen to your popcorn, and then you stop it when it's when the pops are getting. Oh well, someone has like an overclocked microwave that they've got a minute 50.
You're gonna overclock that baby.
That the microwave is running hot. I don't know how you get good results out of 150 with the microwaves I've been using. Okay.
Yeah, pop 5,000.
All right. So, are we ready to go?
I'm ready whenever you are.
All right. Well, TheKubliest, thank you so much for preparing this. I'll be in the chat, and you have the floor.
All right. So, as we discussed, I'm going to attempt to explain the plot of Xenogears up to the first Omni Gear. If you don't know what that means, we'll get there in a second. We'll figure it out together. So really, you don't need to have played the game, because my goal is to try to just condense everything. There will not be a test at the end unless you want there to be. I mean, I guess I did not think to write one, but maybe for the third one. So the first thing we're going to discuss is, why is Xenogears' plot such a hot mess? The reason why is they really did want it to be multiple games. So this is sort of like episode 5 kind of in the middle. And it's fine though. So it's basically like if all of Lord of the Rings, instead of making 3 separate movies, you kind of tried to cram it all in one movie together, then you kind of would have gotten this. But I've been joking that Xenogears is sort of like what would happen if you rolled nothing but nat 20s and nat 1s, where when it does good, it does really good. When it does bad, it does bad. But it's fine. We like it anyway. My disclaimers is that I'm not a Xenogears historian. I'm just someone who was extremely into this game as a teenager, and there's probably some podcaster who did this and better. I'm just doing it to help out Josh. My information will be supplemented by Things in Perfect Works, which was a book released afterwards that tried to explain what the hell was happening in the game. Scans of it are available online if you're interested. I have also used info from various Xenogears wikis, as well as long dead posts on GameFAQs and Reddit, and I don't think it's fair to keep it from Josh, as a lot of the things aren't explained in game, and I think it makes sense just to supplement here. Because of this, I will inevitably spoil something, and honestly, it is by choice. I have carefully weighed the pros and cons, and if spoiling something small makes the plot clearer, I'm going to do it. That being said, I won't include any big spoilers past where he is in the game so far. Some of these slides may contain info that's inaccurate, but that's only because it's what we know at this time. So if you're discussing something in chat, just be mindful. And I will have some repeats of the first presentation I gave. I mentioned it should just stand on its own and not require somebody to watch multiples. And again, if you're coming in and you've never seen anything like this before, we're all starting from the beginning together. And I have added some pauses for viewer questions. So Josh, feel free to ask questions whenever, but viewers just have added the periodic breaks, so it's best to answer it during then. Basically, with the stream delay, it's a little hard, like without set question times, but since Josh is listening to me doing it live, it's a little bit easier for him. This presentation is a doozy with over 150 slides. The final count ended up being 155. There will probably be stopping points again for questions and maybe a water break at some point, but we'll find out. So hold on to your gears and let's jump in. So, when the game opens, we learn about 2 countries at war. They are Ave and Kislev. And the war, they say at the beginning that the war has gone on for so long that the people have forgotten the cause, knowing only the pointless circle of hostility and tragedy. So basically what went down is Kislev was getting the upper hand when a military force from the sky called Gebler showed up from a country called Solaris. And they were able to, they were attacking with these giant robots called gears, but we find those in the ground. But anyway, but historically, Kislev had the lead due to basically having better ruins around them, and they were full of the gears, and so they were able to collect them. Oop, I'm already talking about things out of order. So, Gebler really didn't specifically like Ave, however, so they've started aiding them kind of with their superior technology, and they helped them to excavate more gears from their ruins. So Gebler is part of Solaris, and they see themselves as superior beings, and they refer to surface dwellers as lambs. They think of the people on the earth as no smarter than cattle, and they feel it's their right to shepherd them. So, let's start first by talking about Shakan, the Prime Minister of Ave. So, Ave is currently led by a man named Shakan, who is the former minister of the Fatima dynasty, who took power 10 years ago in an incredibly violent coup against them. It wasn't really political differences. The Fatima family was extremely well liked by the people, very popular, but he was trying to locate something called the Fatima Jasper, which was said to unlock an ancient treasure of some sort. He didn't really know what it was. He believed it to possibly be some sort of pendant, but, we weren't sure about it. But he actually tortured to death many members of the extended royal family, trying to get information on this Jasper, and actually a lot of the family members killed themselves to keep the secret safe, including two of the characters that come later, both Bart and Margie's mother, and his dad and her mom both killed each other killed themselves, to keep the secret safe. So it was rumored that the treasure was a powerful gear, but even some members of the family didn't know totally. So there were these ancient records that depicted some sort of giant, however, which, as we're about to learn, is an Omni gear.
Wait, so where was that? Where was that picture from? Did I? That
was from way at the start. Near the beginning of the game, like when we first met Bart, when we agreed to help him, he just walked into this room that we've never seen again, that had a gigantic screen on the floor and showed us some of these ancient scrolls.
Oh, okay.
So I thought it was a good time to bring it back.
I kind of remember this now. Okay, thank you.
And if you remember, again, we're going to see what the gear looked like in a bit, but this is literally just a drawing of the gear that we ended up getting. So, this is the giant. So, when we talk about Shakan, we need to talk about Ethos. Ethos is one of the two main religions in this world. They are... Oh, wrong direction. They are dedicated to the collection and preservation of culture, knowledge, and technology. They are the foremost experts in gears, and they handle most of the maintenance on them, both in Kislev and Ave. As a heads up, I don't know if we've ever specifically talked about this, but Shakan is an Ethos cardinal.
I don't think that's ever come up.
Yeah, they've never really mentioned it, but their symbol is a cross with some ram horns on the top. So if you ever see that, that's theirs.
He does kind of have a cardinal-y sort of outfit, though.
Yeah,
I can see that. Yeah.
So he's sort of affiliated kind of with Ethos. Boop, boop, boop. And so, two children of the royal families were spared and imprisoned. That's Bartholomew Fatima, the son of King Edbart. Sorry, the name Edbart just kills me every time. So he was King Edbart IV. But anyway, so Edbart was the former ruler of Ave, and Marguerite, who was the daughter of the Holy Mother of Nissan, and was the king's sister. And at the time, Bart was 6, and Margie was 4. So they were very, very young. Fancy transition. Oh, we're getting there. Don't worry. More like Edbart. And Shakan actually tortured them too, to try to get them to tell the secret of the Fatima Jasper, but neither of them ever broke. Bart apparently actually still has scars on his back from protecting Margie, so he was a real good guy then. And those who were still loyal to the old king were working behind the scenes to try to free them, and of course were successful.
Now,
but two of the main, yeah.
Oh, sorry. Now, did they actually know? Did they actually have a lot of information while they were being tortured? Because it was my impression that they didn't really know what the prize was.
They don't know what the prize was. However, the two of them do know what the Fatima Jasper is. And so, because when Shakan has captured Margie at one point, she mentions that she's kind of tricked him into thinking it's an amulet that she had on her.
Oh.
And so the two of them are aware of what the Fatima Jasper is. They are both in possession of it, as we'll learn. But she kind of tricked him a little bit into making him think it was like a physical object or some sort of actual key or something like that.
Oh, and I just remembered actually what it is. Okay, great.
Yeah. So, after a month in captivity, they were rescued by Maison, who was the family's butler, and a man named Sigurd, who was a knight in training. And basically, at age 11, he was assigned to the newborn Bart's, assigned to be his guardian and his future knight and all this stuff. But however, he had been missing for several years. He had just kind of disappeared. Nobody knew where he went. And he just basically showed up right as this coup was happening and found Maison, and the two of them swooped in and got the kids back. And actually, at that point, Sigurd was extremely upset that Shakan was torturing small children and wanted to kill him right there and now. But if he had done that, it was, it probably would have killed him too. And so Maison was able to talk him down so that he backed out. So Bart was raised in the Fatima family's secret base, which is sort of nearby, as well as on the Yggdrasil, which is a sand submarine built by his father. And Sigurd has since then served as his guardian. And while Maison is sort of a grandfather figure, he's sort of like an Alfred, if you think of him that way. But let's see here. So they have been posing as pirates and stealing gears so they can take back Ave. They tried to excavate the ruins themselves, but ultimately found it easier and more profitable to just pirate. Because, you can't really make a military force out of nothing. And yeah, it's definitely easier to steal it than it would be to find and fix everything yourself. And at some point in the last 2 years, Bart rashly jumped in to fix the engine when it was freaking out. And Sigurd was like, "You idiot," and jumped in after and tried to protect him. And the two of them lost an eye during this. But don't worry, Bart is going to continue to do very stupid, very rash things. So we're going to see a lot of this activity here.
That's what happened?
Yeah.
That's a pretty major...
There was no functioning. Bart's like, "I'll fix it." And Sigurd's like, "You idiot." And then they both lost an eyeball.
That's a pretty major point for me to have either not heard originally or forgotten.
So yeah, that's why they have their cool little matching pirate patches.
Okay,
all because Bart is an idiot. So Bart, he pilots the Brigadier, which was excavated from the ruins and customized for his aesthetic needs. Bart very much cares about aesthetics. He loves aesthetics. He requested that the silly feather be added, as well as the eye patch after he lost his own. He demanded that the crew destroy one of the optical sensors and put a patch over it, but it had to still perform the same. So he likes it when everything matches.
God, that's so sick.
And both Bart and his gear use a whip as a major weapon. And he actually grew up with an intense fear of whips because that's what Shakan used on him. So he decided to learn to use it as his main weapon to overcome his fear.
Oh, well, that's a great journey for him. Good.
Yeah,
that's some really good, healthy processing, I think.
Yeah. He got over his fear and he lost an eyeball, and got a gear with a lost eyeball too because he demanded that they do it. Yeah. There's a lot of people who are very much like Sigurd and or Bart. Definitely give off those vibes.
Well, some of his whip techniques where he's just like really tickling the guys with the whip feels like he's extending it beyond where it needs to be to I don't know, just have a little bit more effect.
And Sigurd, by the way, in Perfect Works, in his concept art, they show where his piercings are that you never get to see. But anyway, if you had ever seen a full body thing, he apparently has a super badass belly button piercing.
And that's all we'll say about that.
Fun facts. Look, I've learned so much about everybody during this.
I was expecting the Prince Albert, but...
I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's more. But let's continue. We are also going to talk about another religion as well, which is known as the Nissan Orthodoxy. So this is sort of not really competitor, but it exists as well with Ethos. Their whole thing is so Nissan isn't just like a religion though, it's also a small independent country with a hidden entrance, and it's ruled by the Holy Mother of Nissan. Just think of Nissan as the Vatican. Probably easier. So Margie became the Holy Mother after her mother died, during the coup, and so she now serves as the Pope. So anyway, this girl is the Pope. Think of it that way.
She's my
I feel
Pope.
like it's just easier to use that. She's your choice for Pope?
Yeah. I mean, I'll fight anyone who says otherwise. I subscribe to the Margie doctrine.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So their teachings, they're not really a techno-church. Their teaching are based around the idea that humans are fragmented divinity, meaning that as a collective whole, humanity could be a god, but it's only if they work together. And this idea is represented by two humans with one wing supporting each other so they can fly. They use a silver cross as their symbol, which our main character has seen actually quite a few times in his little hallucinations, which we're going to go over soon, but he usually sees them before he blacks out. So anyway, that cross there is the sign of the first Holy Mother, Sophia, who kind of founded the church back in the day. Oh no, I was like I heard myself, but it was just the thing. So the first Holy Mother was Sophia, and the church possesses an unfinished portrait of her. So it's this painting, it's not quite finished, and there are no records that exist that explain why it was left in that state, like why the person never finished. It is stored in the main cathedral, and only some people are allowed to view it. Margie mentioned some things about like purification rituals before you see it, but don't worry, the gang is able to just stride right up and look at it because we're special.
Yeah, we have privileges. Just real quick, I thought having the audio and visual alerts was really funny. I could turn them off if they're distracting.
Oh, no, I just was surprised for a second. Okay. I think they're funny because they're me.
Okay, continue.
So, last time I made this slide, the only thing I said about this guy is don't worry, we'll talk about him later. But we know some more about him now, so I would like to say some things about him. So, as remember, it's Ave versus Kislev. So this is Kaiser Sigmund of Kislev. He was actually extremely close with King Edbart, and the two of them were actually almost able to end this insanely long war. They were actually about to sign a peace treaty, but then Shakan showed up and screwed it all up. Before Sigmund came to power, the Ethos Society actually held a lot of influence in Kislev. And so when Sigmund kicked everyone out from Ethos, he decided that they all were going to leave because they all were in the government and everything. He basically banned Ethos from existing in Kislev. And Nissan churches are welcome there. But that's totally understandable because if you like Nissan, like you must be cool with the old regime because the two of them are extremely linked. The Kaiser, although he has worked to pass a lot of extremely discriminatory laws against people who we are going to call Demi Humans, who are people who are kind of like half human, half animal, or partial. It just sort of, some people are more animal, some are less, but basically he hates them. So let's talk for a second here about Demi Humans. I'm just going to show a few of them just so you understand what I mean by that spectrum. So we have a character later who's one. Love this guy. We got ever popular Franz. Love that boy. Hammer here. And Seraphita as well.
So, real quick.
We're talking about her.
I recognize all of these characters except that person on the left.
Oh, who is that? Who is that man?
Who is that?
Remember when he was in the game for a little while?
Sorry.
Don't worry, everybody. I have prepared a Franz appreciation slide. Because last time, people were very upset that I didn't stop to talk about Franz. So now I am. He is a crew member on the bridge of Bart's ship. He is a dolphin, and obviously he's kind of an audio lookout. If you talk to him, he will play for you random sound effects from the game. Another fun fact is like 20 minutes before I started this, I found a picture that I have never seen of Franz, and it's very good, and I have included it somewhere in here, so we're going to get to see it later. But I thought we shouldn't have Franz only at the beginning, so I figured we'd have this little fun reveal of this exciting piece of artwork. Yeah. Hopefully everybody likes the spinning Franz. I worked real hard.
Beautiful.
Anyway, beautiful. Love him. Oh yeah, I put the person's Twitter who made that Franz statue thing, and oh my god, I love it so much. So oh my god. Oh no. Anyway, back to Kaiser Sigmund. Basically, we have recently learned that, surprise, Kaiser is actually a demi-human. And he's hiding his ancestry. And like, what? You think those pointy ears were normal? No. Nobody else has pointy ears. He is part demi-human. So when he kicked all of Ethos out, they found out about this. And to kind of get revenge on him, they genetically altered his unborn child so that their traits wouldn't be as hidden as his were. And instead of being a good person, he dug his heels in even further and he sent his wife and child away. He's an asshole. Anyway, I'm going to stop here for questions. See if we have any more questions about Franz. Something wasn't quite clear.
I think I kind of understood the relationship between what's that guy's name, Kaiser and Enrico, but I didn't understand it as well as we did just now. And also, sorry, I didn't have my mic muted a moment ago.
Yeah, let's go back and look at him. So that's this person here. This is his son.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of Franz merch, which upsets me.
So wait, how is Kaiser supposed to look like Rico, but he suppressed his demi-humanness, or did they enhance Rico?
No. So basically, the Kaiser, he was only mildly demi-human.
Oh, okay.
So he was kind of only mildly demi-human. So he only had a little bit in him. He really didn't have all that much. But Ethos captured his wife and messed with the genetics of. So Rico probably would have been born looking just like him, with maybe pointy ears or something. But what they purposely did is they purposely cranked everything up to 100.
And of course they took it out on the woman. That's real nice. Okay.
Yeah. And so, most people who can hide their ancestry do, and they try to live as regular humans, like the Kaiser. So a lot of them, like these guys, have too many traits and they cannot hide. And so I do believe that a lot of gears are collected from the ancient ruins, because this is one of these worlds where the past had better technology. And but some are still developed new, especially by legacy people, like real fancy smart people like Solaris. They have big research facilities, so they're definitely able to plan things. And we're actually going to find a gear later. We're going to meet a gear very, very soon who was manufactured by Kislev, but with plans from Solaris.
And then, real quick, where did we run into Kaiser? He runs a town, right?
He's the Kaiser of the entire nation of Kislev.
Oh, that's okay.
It's Ave versus Kislev.
Gotcha. Okay.
And when I do a little plot recap, we'll get back to him a little bit. I just figured I would lay out all the players. Yeah,
it's sometimes there's so much going on, and you'll start to understand it in a granular way, and then it gets you forget the pull out.
Yeah. And yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, especially the engines and stuff. A lot of the stuff is dug up. And so it was sort of kind of hypothesized that the reason why Gebler was supporting Ave in the first place was because they wanted to dig some stuff up. And so, when the game opens, it's this very cool video, but just to state it right now, that video happens 10,000 years before the start of the game. And obviously they had way cooler and better technology. So anything they dig up out of the ground is going to be better than anything they can invent.
Yeah. And then this is probably a good chance to just recap if anyone's joined. This presentation is, for entertainment, but also to help me out at my point in the game right now. So If you're talking in chat, be sure to not have spoilers that are beyond where we are right now, which is we have just found an Omni Gear, and this is a recap of stuff up to this point, with only very specially curated spoilers for clarity, selected by TheKubliest, who is admittedly not a absolute expert of everything, but a dedicated fan who has done a whole bunch of research. Is that pretty much
way too much time on a PowerPoint?
It's tremendous. It's going great.
All right. Well, let's continue on for now. So I think now it's probably time we should talk about our scrappy JRPG protagonists. So the main character of this game is a man named Fei Fang Wang. And so Fei, he lived a peaceful life in this town called Lahan, and he wasn't born there though. 3 years earlier, at age 15, he was dropped off at the door of a town elder by a masked figure. He was severely wounded, and after that point, he had lost his memory. And it didn't really bother him because he had a really nice life in Lahan, and things were going well, and he got to paint pretty pictures, and it was all good. The town elder adopted him and raised him as his own. So he's a talented martial artist, of course, as well as a painter. As I mentioned, he grew up as the elder's adopted son with his two best friends, Timothy and Alice. And the game actually opens on the eve of Timothy and Alice's wedding. So everybody's happy and having a great time, and it's a small town, so this is really exciting. And of course, everything goes well, and then the game just ends.
It was a gorgeous ceremony, and everyone cried.
Everyone cried. However, though, Fei, he leaves town for a little bit to grab some supplies from the country doctor named Saitan, or Shitan. It's probably Shitan, I should say, because that's how it's written out. So anyway, Shitan. So when he returned, Lahan was actually under attack. So not much of a wedding. So basically, what had happened was a Gebler force had stolen an experimental gear called Weltall from Kislev. The stolen gear was being piloted by a woman named Ellie. Lahan is on the border between Kislev and Ave. And so when the two kind of groups started fighting, they were forced to land, and Fei saw Weltall, and there was just something about him that called him. There just was something about it, and he just, even though he didn't know how to use this thing, he decided he would get in, and it didn't end very well for Lahan, let's just say. Last time I showed a little clip of it, but basically, Fei got into this gear, suddenly blacked out, and what we saw happen is all of this horrible light started coming out of the gear. It exploded. It literally incinerated everybody. Timothy got shot, and Alice just got incinerated. So his best friends are dead now, and kind of his fault.
If anyone's interested, there is a highlight on this channel of me witnessing that scene for the first time, and it was shocking. It's very early in the game for something so shocking. No, sorry to distract, but when you showed the picture of the Weltall, does he always have those rocket boosters on the back, or is that like because of the transportation when they're moving it, or have I just never noticed that he has two rockets on his back?
He's had that.
Okay.
Because gears have been able to fly the entire game. It's just Babel Tower comes out of nowhere, and they're like, you gotta climb this tower, which really doesn't make sense, because we have obviously seen the gears flying around, and the gear flew it anyway. It's a source of much humor. But yeah, he kind of has those things on the back, and it's kind of hidden, though, by like the little, whatever those...
Yeah, it might just be a little bit easier to see like in the drawing than like in the in-game graphics. Okay.
Yeah, it is PlayStation 1. So anyway, we learned who would win between the entire village of Lahan and one painty boy, and it was the one painty boy. So, it is time now to talk about the other protagonist, whose name is Ellie. She is a lieutenant of Ignis's army's third assault division in the Gebler military force from Solaris. So she's an important military person. Her father is very important as well. She's sort of a fancy rich girl a little bit, but her father is what's known as Gazelle class, which is extremely high up. He is now retired. He also worked on something called M Project, which we're going to talk about in detail later. But he's now retired and he works in administration. He kind of left all that sort of stuff and just sort of chills and has a ton of money. She, however, is extremely skilled, and she attended a military school called Jugend, which was elite school where admittance was based on skills, not social class. So it didn't matter who you are, you were able to join it as long as you were skilled enough. And she got in there, and so that's pretty cool for her. She first appeared when Faye left his town. Basically, afterwards, Shitan was like, buddy, you kind of killed everybody in town. Maybe you should leave. Time to leave. And so he left, went into the woods, and ran into Ellie, and she held him at gunpoint and demanded that he lead her out. But he was lost as well, so it wasn't very helpful. And she just kind of sat there and projected like crazy on Faye. Faye had kind of explained like what had happened. And she was like, well, it's your fault, you idiot. You got in the gear. It's all your fault. You're the person who did it. I can't believe you did it. But the reason why she did that is because she's the reason why the gear was there in the first place. It turns out she had a similar experience to Faye, where she had an outburst of power that killed multiple people. She was forced to take a drug called Drive, which is like a performance-enhancing drug that are given to Solarian soldiers to give them more powerful. And a small group of people can have a particularly violent reaction. So when she was forced to take it, in a drug-fueled rage, she murdered everybody around her. Whoopsie.
God damn. That still is so horrifying.
It was hard for her too.
Yeah, it's a real massacre.
It was real rough for her. She didn't have a great time. But basically, let's see here. Where was this part? But yeah, basically, after she projected like crazy on Faye, she's like, man, really shouldn't have done that. And when she met Shitan later, he's like, you should really leave. But she also kind of talked to him about what happened, and Faye was awake, so she heard it. So Faye knew that she was the reason why that gear was there, which of course we're gonna go over why that was in a bit too. But most importantly, Shitan asked her to leave. Said, please leave before he wakes up. It's time for you to go. You should return back to your fancy army. So she pilots Verge. Again, I'm probably not pronouncing any of this right, but it's fine. So it doesn't really look very threatening, but it's built for ether users, and she possesses a special affinity for these kinds of attacks. Not everybody can use ether, and the fact that she was actually a candidate for a special Gabler military group known as the Elements, but because since she couldn't handle Drive, she was not allowed to join. You have to be able to take Drive to join Elements. So that disqualified her, but she's still very high up and powerful. She's able to use a weapon known as Aerods, which stands for Animum Ether Response Offensive Drones. If you are familiar with Gundam, they're just bits. It's just bits from Gundam. And she also has this like rod that she uses to attack, bonking him on the head, which is real cool.
Wait, what do we use Aerods in game?
Yes. We see them a few times. She has them as a part of her ether attacks, and they also come out during some very emotional points in the game. They're just these little like drones that pop out and shoot more things.
Okay.
And so it is time now to start talking about all of the characters who have masks. Well, this is the first one. So after Ellie leaves, Faye and Shitan they're searching the ruins nearby, trying to fix something to fix Weltal's knee. Faye is obviously like, what the hell? Why do we have to carry this thing around? This thing killed everybody in town. I hate it. And Shitan helpfully points out, like, by the way, everybody's going to be after us, and it's important that we have some sort of firepower to protect us. So they run into him while they're searching the ruins for the part to repair Weltal, as we said. he just kind of like showed up out of nowhere, and he goes like on this weird old monologue, and he calls himself a seeker of power. And when Faye looks at the gear, he realizes, wait, what the hell? You were there that night in Lahan. And so he actually orchestrated the Weltall's landing in Lahan specifically to get Faye in the gear. So it was not a crazy random happenstance that all this stuff went down. Graf was pulling the strings with this whole battle, specifically trying to get the gear to land there just to get Faye inside of it. And he claims that their destiny is to destroy Mother God, in case you didn't already know this was a JRPG. And so Graf also reveals that he was there the night that Faye lost his memory and claims that he killed his father. And you mean his dad?
Amazing. And
he also says that in Faye's current state, he is useless to him. If he wants to know what happens to his dad, he has to fight. And the more that he fights, he will start to gain all that was lost. Faye has some more visions, and he's being told that he killed her. You know, we don't know what's going on. There may be hallucinations. They're very strange. We're all confused. It's fine. We're going to move on. So, for all of our sakes, I'm just going to explain the first night's events in order. So, Graf provided Kislev with the parts to construct an experimental gear called Weltall to help them compete against Gabler. Bam, there's Weltall. Kaiser Sigmund's like, I don't know what the hell's going on, but sure, yeah, I'd like to win this war. I will build the thing that you want me to build. And so after that, Graf went over to Gabler, and he talked to whatever kind of leader of Gabler and sort of manipulated them into stealing the gear. He popped on in and was like, oh man, guys, I got a real cool gear. You should go get it. It's got Solaris tech. That's kind of weird, right? You should go get it. And he very much wanted that gear so bad. The eyes are going to show up a lot, but we really like the covetous eyes. So, yeah, he said basically, I have no idea where this info is coming from, but yes, please steal that gear. So, Ellie's group was sent to go retrieve the gear. Graf then chased that group and forced them to land in Lahan in order to get him into it. So Ellie actually got out of the gear at that point, so she was the one who flew it in. She got out in order to escape, and then Faye crawled in there. Which is all confusing. So basically, Faye was manipulated to get into Weltall, and Graf commanded his team to attack Timothy in order to get a rise out of Faye. Obviously got the reaction he was looking for, and he just left. Because Faye was just like, I guess there's no choice, I gotta fight, and that's exactly what he wanted. So that night, Graf was there. He literally gave this like little hand signal for them to specifically shoot Timothy. And afterwards, he got that reaction he wanted. And yeah, he had a real good day. Everything went perfect for Graf that day. It was a bad day for us. It was a good day for Graf.
I mean, that's such a convoluted and so many things could go wrong in that plan. Like, it's amazing that he even, attempted that. So he knew that if Faye watches his friend get murdered, like that will trigger the emotional reaction that we need for him to go berserk.
Yeah. So Graf knows a lot. He seems to know something because again, he claims he was there the night that Faye's father was killed. He claims that he killed him. Mm-hmm. So, again, he was there. It was some sort of battle over Faye, but we're gonna find out a little bit more about that too. Anyway, right now his whole shtick is that he's always pulling them strings. He's just pulling them strings behind the scenes. That's kind of sort of his deal.
Yeah, I guess I didn't realize that event was so highly orchestrated. So it's good that we're recapping this. Thank you.
It was incredibly orchestrated. So it probably wasn't even like an Ave force that was chasing them or anything. It was just his people. But good day for him, bad for us. So after this point, Faye and Shitan managed to survive a fight against this big old monster that Graf summoned to like show off her power, blah, 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 that thing. Anyway, but at that point, Weltall broke down again because they still hadn't fixed his broken knee. So they were captured at that point by Ave soldiers who were probably like, dang, this is rad. This is a real cool gear. Love to take this home. we meet Bart for the first time, and he is living the life of a sand pirate with Mason and Sigurd, and his ship attacks the military transport in order to steal all of their gears. Plus, he sees this real cool experimental gear on there, and he's like, hot damn, I would like that. Thank you very much, yes. And again, as you said, he steals things. He steals them so that he doesn't have to build them himself. So, the ship starts sinking. Faye and Shitan get out of jail, and they're escaping, and they grab Weltall, and Faye tries to leave, and Bart's like, no way, buddy. And Faye's like, dude, I'm not part of the soldiers. Like, please let me go. I really don't want to fight. But Bart's not listening. So anyway, the two of them fight until the ground literally gives out underneath them, and they drop under the sand down into a cavern. So he could have listened to Faye, but he didn't. But that's good, though, because we learn all sorts of fun things. When they're down in this cavern, they run into a strange old man living in the ruins of an abandoned mine. And they talk about a lot of stuff, but most importantly, he shows them fossils that seem to suggest that humans appeared suddenly like 10,000 years ago. So, we got the animal evolution, but humans just show up out of nowhere. And like, they're just bam, they're there. Ethos tells everybody that humans evolved, but he's like, nah, that's not real. So he actually gives them one of our first of many little lore dumps. So he tells them about this ancient myth, which is, haven't you heard this story? One day, humans ate a forbidden fruit which gave them incredible wisdom, but God drove mankind from paradise for their sin. Bitter at having been driven out of paradise, humans used the wisdom they had to make giants. With these giants, they planned to challenge God himself, but God poured his wrath down on them. All who defied God were destroyed. But God himself did not escape unharmed. Taking paradise with him, the wounded God buried himself deep beneath the ocean to sleep for eons. Before going to sleep, God used his remaining power to create right-hearted humans to live on this planet. These people are said to be our ancestors. So basically, Xenogears' whole shtick is like, what if you mixed like Garden of Eden and like Noah's Ark, but it was all robots? What if instead of just settling the earth, Adam and Eve got real pissed and made giant robots to shoot God in the face? Which is fun. I like that. So he goes out and he says, oh yeah, I'll fix your gear up. It's fine, so you guys can get out of here. And he walks outside and he looks up at Weltall and, he doesn't like Weltall very much. He looks at him and says, this is the host for the spirit of the Slayer of God. And the two are obviously extremely confused.
However, what the hell?
yeah, basically they're just like, what the hell is happening? Like, who just says that? I'm sorry, you hate my robot, jerk. He's just immediately is like, I'm gonna fix your gear, you gotta go. Ignore all those stories I told you, by the way. Please don't listen to them. Ramblings of an old man. Isn't it crazy who had all those skulls? I'm so crazy. Please leave now, bye. And just like kicks them out. So he wasn't very happy. And when they leave, they are attacked by a gear called Calamity. It's not specifically stated in the game, but is heavily implied. This is actually the Old Man Ball's gear. He battles them before they leave, and basically, I'm still not sure if he was like testing them or what, but he tries to attack them with this super cool big chunky gear, which is kind of fancy for some random old dude living in the mines. And I'm sure this will never come up again. Actually, it will in 90 slides. So hold on, let's keep going. 90 slides later, where this is going to be talked about again. It's possible he's animated. I wasn't sure, but regardless, it belonged to Old Man Ball. It belonged to him. Oh, I'm gonna go back here. Anyway, at this point, they get out and they head to the Yeeg. There's one point where Bart calls the Yggdrasil the Yeeg, and after that, I'm like, why would I call it anything else? I love just calling it the Yeeg. It's just so much cooler.
I just love that he calls it that.
Yeah, he just called it once, and I'm like, I guess I'm calling it that forever. I forgot about that. So they head back, and Faye actually gets to meet the crew finally for the first time. So he meets Sigurd, who we talked about earlier, who's sort of Bart's guardian. Turns out, Shitan and Sigurd were roommates in college. how fun is this? So let's actually talk about Sigurd before. The last time I gave this presentation, we didn't talk too much about him, but I think it's time for us to just lay out his past and go from there.
Now, can I just say that, like, it's... Hold on. Thanks, Countess. So when Bart calls the Yggdrasil the Ygg, it's totally awesome. When someone calls Sigurd Siggy, I think that's terrible.
Bart hates Siggy very, very much.
Yeah.
But when you learn this little bit of history, you're gonna learn a lot. It's gonna be very enlightening. Because this is stuff that they've like briefly touched upon. But I just figured, I'm just gonna lay out his life story. Let's just lay it out on the table. So, Sigurd here. He was born in a remote Ave province of Norn. His mother had been sick her entire life and basically knew that her lifespan was very limited. And so, at age 11, his mother sent him to Bledavik, which was the capital of Ave, which is where Bart used to live. So sent him to Bledavik to work in the royal palace, and his mother died very, very shortly after. At that point, he met King Edbart at the funeral. King Edbart attended his mother's funeral, and he was then appointed as a knight in training and kind of a future guardian to Bart. And at that time, Bart was a newborn, so Sig is 11 years older than him, basically. So, however, though, at age 13, he got kidnapped. He was kidnapped and taken to Solaris, basically to be used as a guinea pig in a lab. And there's one thing that's mentioned that I still don't know, like, how useful it is, but anyway, they mentioned that he had some sort of special extrasensory abilities, which are not the same as ether, so that's possibly why he was kidnapped for it. Unclear at this point. But at age 15, he was able to enter the fancy little military academy. He was actually sponsored by a man named Ramses. But at this point, because of the trauma of being a lab guinea pig, he had forgotten everything about his past. So basically, he was just ready to be trained as a cool soldier.
So, one sec. Is his being kidnapped and treated as a guinea pig, is that the same as the people that shoot him at gun guy? Oh God, I can't remember his name now. The guy who's in our party. He's part of the religion and they were kidnapping people and testing on them as guinea pigs. Yeah. Is that all the same organization?
All the same, yeah, all the same.
Okay.
Yeah, so Solaris needs a lot of slaves for all sorts of fun stuff, but one of the things they need them for is to do science experiments on.
Okay.
But when he went to college, he roomed with Sheetan, and the two became lifelong best friends. So they kind of had a fun little collegiate buddy time. And so, yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, he was sponsored by Ramses specifically. So he got sponsors to be able to enter, but that's important because we're gonna meet Ramses later. So it's important that we talk about this right now. And at some point in this history block, he actually developed an addiction to drive, and he was completely reliant on it, and actually got clean. But hanging out at the house of a fellow element named Josiah, who again we're going to meet later. He was basically under the care of Raquel, which was his wife, and he also became very close with their son Billy because he was there for a while, getting clean after all them drive drugs. And after graduating and spending time as one of those fancy elements we mentioned, he started getting his memories back. At the same time, though, he was becoming disillusioned with Ramses, and it was possible as well that he heard about Ava's coup, or it could have been that was what triggered him to start gaining his memories back. And he remembered his loyalty to the king, and he escaped Solaris when he was 17. So he got out of there. And he arrived just in time to help Maison save Bart and Margie. Basically, he came in the nick of time. And Bart absolutely talked him into Twinsies eye patches. Bart got his eye patch and was like, dude, we gotta match. We have to match. And so he insisted that the two of them wear the same eye patch. Because again, Bart loves aesthetic.
I also don't think I ever noticed that he's got a crop top on underneath, like...
Oh, yeah! He's got a crop top. We only see him from further up, as you can see here, but he's absolutely got a little crop top, and as we learned, a belly button ring, so he's a fashionable boy.
Tremendous.
Plus, like, those locks, nice. And I don't know, I really love Bart's dedication to aesthetic. It's just very, it goes deeper than you think.
Well, it also, I mean, and maybe it's just because I'm rewatching Evangelion, but there's so much similarity between that series and Xenogears, and Asuka's got her red Evangelion that she insisted be colored, that way, because they just have like that flourish, and they're both hotheads. So I don't know. I guess I'm just feeling like Bart's pretty relatable.
Yeah, no, they're very. They were quite obviously inspired by mecha animes. I mean, I actually hadn't watched Gundam until semi recently, and like some of the things the gears do, I'm like, this is just directly from Gundam. Like everything that they're doing is just like frame for frame from Gundam. Which again, they've never tried to hide that. They just was littered with them. It was sort of like the gang got together and was like, what if we made Final Fantasy, but like Gundam Final Fantasy? So that's kind of where this came out. So, as back on the Yeeg here, Shitan and Sigurd were catching up, and Shitan had a bad feeling about everything at this point, which I feel like is definitely fair. I feel like everybody should have a bad feeling at this point. But we should probably talk about Shitan. At the start of the game, Faye knew him as the simple country doctor who lived up in the mountains with his wife and child. And he was very mechanically minded, and he seemed to know how to repair gears and other ancient tech, which again, I feel like you don't cover that in doctor school, but what do I know? And as the game progressed, it became obvious that he was much, much more than that. So he was a former citizen of Solaris and went by Hyuga at the time. We learned he used to design and pilot gears himself, and he knows a little too much about everything. So we're getting a little, again, like, sure, yeah, he's from Solaris, but he keeps knowing things that he should not know, and we're not feeling good about him at this point in the game.
I mean, I really have always like suspected that he might be like a double or triple agent, and I think we even mentioned like I was afraid to use any of my, like I never really want to level him up because he does just seem so shady. And anytime like they get ready to kind of confront him on information, like there's a convenient reason to not really go into it.
He's just like, shh, simple country doctor.
Yeah, and maybe it's fine. Like maybe he is a good guy, but I don't know. Like it's very hard as a player to feel like he's on the level.
Yeah, it's been hard to trust him. In fact, he's been saying some really shady stuff from the start of the game. So let's rewind way back to the beginning, the first time when Faye came to visit him. And Faye came across a music box in his garage, basically, that he was working on. And he heard this music, and he's like, I feel like I've heard it before. And he tells the doctor, he's like, I feel strange when I listen to this music. He's like, there's something about it, like I'm emotional, and I don't understand why. And he says, that just may be because you have someone living inside you, and he too must have liked this music a long time ago before he became a part of you. Which is just a weird thing to say.
I must have just thought that was a kind of throwaway, mysterious, kind of mystical sort of line. But the further you go into this game, that does seem like a pretty significant line that you couldn't possibly understand at the time. And also, I think I never really gave enough credit for, like, that is not just a music box. Like, I think it's unfair to call.
It's a music show, basically. Yeah. And we start learning more real shifty stuff by him, because in fact, Shitan is here under the order of the Emperor of Solaris. So that's real shifty.
I forgot about this, that he had an audience with these guys who I don't know if it's just I don't want to judge them by their looks, but they do absolutely look like villains.
So so they're actually separate. So the Gazelle Ministry is there, and then the Emperor is above them. So he is there directly, he's doing the Emperor's bidding. And he seems to report back to him pretty regularly. So it seems like it's shifty. It's really shifty. But as we mentioned, he was also formerly a part of an elite military force known as Elements, which Sigurd was a part of as well. But yeah, there's actually a message that we may have seen on the side of the music box, but I figured I would save that one because it becomes more relevant in my future PowerPoint. So we're waiting on that one. So let's talk for a moment about the people that we kind of have met so far, and 3 of which who are with the Elements. First off, Ramses. We mentioned, so he sponsored Sigurd to get him into the academy. He's a Solarian citizen. He seemed to believe in a brighter, more equal future, and he has risen to the top of Gebler's military rank. So he is the top of Gebler at this point. Sigurd, he was Ave citizen. He was captured, forced into slavery in Solaris, and he, as I mentioned before, escaped to return home after the coup. Saitan was also, Shidan was a Solarian citizen, and he really believed in Ramses, and he thought that he was going to bring a brighter future for everybody. But after Sigurd left, Shitan did as well. There's also another woman who we've seen working with Ramses named Mang. Mang? I never pronounce her name, but anyway. She's a Solarian citizen. She's his lieutenant, and she's not exactly an element. She's just kind of like hanging around with the guys, but she's got a lot of powers, so we need to remember her and keep an eyeball on her.
And am I wrong? Ramses and Miang, they're banging, right?
Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I kept the slides in from last time. They were just too good, and I worked too hard on them.
Thanks.
I also wanted to quick drop in Josiah as well, who again we're going to talk about later, but we've mentioned him briefly because that's where Sigurd went to get clean. But also, Ramses seems to still be in contact with Shitan, though. So there's a point where Ramses is sending everybody to chase down our gang, and he's going to chase them down himself. And suddenly he gets a message from Shitan, and we don't know what the message says, but he cancels the power up. He cancels all the powering. He's like, I'm not going, shut it down, it's fine. And he just says, that fool, what is he doing down here now? And they just kind of leave it at that. So again, real shifty doctor.
I had not been keeping track of. Oh my god! I just saw the next slide.
Yeah, next slide's good because I left them. They were too good from last time.
Yeah, it's good that we're reviewing this because I'd kind of forgotten like just how sus Saitan's been.
Yeah, he's been sus since the start. But so the 2 of them, they, besides, controlling Gebler and all that stuff, they are in a relationship and they love each other very much, and their relationship is built on nothing but respect and love, and of course it isn't. She has been working behind the scenes somewhat. We don't totally understand what her deal is yet, but we know that she doesn't seem to have the best interests in mind. She's met with Graf a few times. Graf just kind of shows up sometimes just to watch, just be like, hey, what's up? You're being shifty again. Please stay out of my way, though. You can be as shifty as you want, but I need to do my thing. So somehow she knows Graf. We're not really sure how or why. But poor Ramses has been having a rough life so far, and actually he is constantly haunted by nightmares about this guy with a red gear. And they call him the Demon of Elru, and when we meet him later, he specifically says that his name is Id. So it's time to talk about him. So Demon of Elru, aka Id. He's got this real spooky, scary gear, all red, very pointy, very sharp. He can literally beat up gears with his bare hands. He also doesn't appear to be on anybody's side. He just kind of shows up, destroys things, and leaves. He doesn't really seem to have much of a purpose. And Ramses fought him years ago. He's still terrified. He has nightmares about it. It's real rough for him. But we also learned that he was there the night that Faye lost his memory. Faye has seen him in his sort of like remaining memories of that night. This man was there.
And is this the dude that chucked the Eeg? Or is that okay.
Yeah, that'll be him. And so going over Ramses' nightmare real quick. Basically, Id shows up and he just starts punching people, punching gears, and again, picking them up and throwing them with his bare hands. He is an absolute monster. And Graf was there watching because, like, the moon was right or something. I don't know. I just have a theory that he just walks around and finds cliff sides where the moon's posed. Like, if there's a cliffside in front of a moon, he's just going to stand on it.
He's such a voyeur.
Be there. So the demon got into his gear and basically rams his peed his pants at that point, and his nightmares always end with him screaming. So he didn't have a good night. So I guess another stopping point for questions. I'm gonna drink some water.
Yeah, and just if anyone has shown up recently, this is the second PowerPoint presentation by TheKubliest. I am Joshy D. On every Monday, we're playing our way through Xenogears, but because it's a once-a-week stream and only 3 to 4 hours, it's very easy for a plot with so many active players and characters and factions and double agents and mystery. It's very, very hard to keep it all straight. So this is a handy opportunity to review what we've seen in the game so far, remind us of important things that have happened, remind us of the connections that the characters have had. So everything that TheKubliest is saying will be true up to the point that we're at in the game, which is where we have just acquired an Omni Gear for Bart. And so do be careful if you're in the chat to not discuss things that might spoil stuff from later in the game. That's not what we're here to do. We're here to recap. And if you have any questions about what's been going on so far, I've been chiming in with my questions and just for extra clarity.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you got anything, just throw it in the chat now.
Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be a written exam at the end. There's going to be an essay portion.
Yeah, a lot of people have been asking if there's going to be a test. That might be fun if we do another one of these. Yeah. Because, I mean, even now, like, I can sort of hold the information in my head as you're saying it, and then I'll kind of know, like, what the factions are and who's with whom, and then it falls out so fast.
I mean, it's a lot.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. Like, I forgot about Miang, being kind of double-crossy and talking to, what's his name?
Yeah, Graph.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, no one's on the level. They're all just, like, everyone's got, like an extra game that they're playing.
Yeah, everybody's pulling something. Whew. Well, I'm just going to continue on from here. Again, if you got any questions, put them in. So, this is a very important table that we really like a lot.
This is the best part of the game.
Yeah, and so Faye's gang has had some run-ins with Id as well. So let's talk about one of the first times they meet up. So after Bart and Faye kind of got over their emotional difficulties, really the two of them just really needed a pal, and like they were kind of fighting, and they really were more similar than they knew they were. You know, anyway, they kind of argue back and forth, but then they realized like, oh wait, no, we need each other. We need each other here. So basically, Faye agrees to help Bart take back Ave. They feel they have enough military force right now to do it. It seems like it's a good time. So they borrow a table to discuss their war plan. And so they head up to Nissan to do this, by the way. Because again, Nissan, the Holy Mother of Nissan, Margie is his cousin. So again, family ties there. So basically, they decide to try to make it look like, they're like, what if we make it look like Kislev is attacking? You know, like what if we sort of fake it, because they have Kislev gears, because they're a pirate, they've been stealing from both sides. Like, what if we kind of like stage a whole attack that way? And so Faye is sent to distract a border patrol while Bart went to the capital. And Faye ran into Ellie, unfortunately, and she had to attack him. And she didn't want to, so the only way she could do it was by doing drugs, because she was too emotional. So anyway, she turned into very evil Ellie, and she was very mad and very upset. But Faye was able to subdue her and asked her, like, what the hell are you doing? Please come join our group. Why not? And she's like, I'm sorry, no, I'm still a Solarian citizen. I'm a soldier. I got family. So she still wouldn't join him. And Faye just continued. He's like, I gotta go. And I don't know why friends are in quote, but they are his friends, okay? So he then was engaging with the border fleet, and it was pretty much just wiping the floor with them. They were being led by a really stupid general. And, he's like, I'm a guy with a big gun. But suddenly he pulled out this gear that he had. And then Graf had to show up. And turns out Graf has this power to, like, make people hella powerful. So he basically came down, offered him a ton of power, and is like, bam, here you go. And you turn into this glowing red murder machine and started just killing everybody. And then Faye started to feel a little funny. Started kind of feeling like how he felt way back at the start of the game. He was not happy. He was quite emotional. But at that point is when the game cuts away. And we head back to the capital where basically Bart got all the way into the capital. And Shakan was there waiting for him. He's like, you're an idiot. I totally predicted this. Like, time to die, buddy. But Maison had a really bad feeling about the whole thing, so he swooped in to save the day. And it was somewhat anticlimactically because this, like, little crab robot that he had broke down because it flew in, but then, like, the propeller flew off. It was very fun. But he was able to save them regardless, and they went back to Yggdrasil to regroup back in Nissan again. However, at that point, Ramses attacked because there are Gebler forces nearby. So Gebler decided to go after them as well. And basically, he followed them out, decided to end them, and the Yig was hit very, very badly. Poor Franz had to tell them that they were going to get hit anyway. And they took the... basically, his ship is also like a sand submarine. It's a very strange device. But anyway, he decided he needed to pull up to the top of the sand so that they didn't all die. And also, it has a giant steering wheel on top so that Bart can steer it, just because aesthetic, important. And so they were forced to surface because, again, otherwise they would be trapped underneath the sand. But then Ramses got word that there was a different enemy gear arriving. And was it a friend of theirs? And no, it's the Demon of Elru. The Demon of Elru shows up, and who's just there just to throw things, basically. So his nightmare back to haunt him. Hasn't seen him in years. He's not very happy about this. And the demon actually ignored Ramses. He first approached Bart and just asked him, "Are you strong?" And you're like, okay, sure. But Ramses decided, I gotta take him down now. I haven't seen him in forever. I gotta challenge you, dude. And it really didn't go very well for him. He hacked off his arms, and Miang swooped down to kind of collect him and left the scene. They just gotta swoop out of there. Bart tries to attack the demon, but he got 9999 real fast, which is the video game, which is how
Max
you know
damage,
that this is not a boss battle. You can win.
So wait, I'm sorry. The Demon Elru who's attacking right now, he's the guy who tried to give power to Mr. Big Guns?
No, that was Graf.
That was great. This is where I got so confused that like we had all of these powerful people kind of swooping in and like affecting these battles.
Yeah, think of id as somebody mentioned earlier. Think of id as the apprentice and Graf as the master.
Oh.
So like they're not like they're not like specifically connected,
yeah.
like, but they both just like to fuck shit up, basically. Mm-hmm. And so it may be easier to think of them that way.
So they're both trying to manipulate actions, and they're both super powerful, but we're assuming that Graf has more power than
we're not really sure. We're not really sure, but Graf is older for sure. Is older than Id. So it's maybe easier to think of them in that role. Like, they don't always show up together. It's usually kind of Graf by himself, but yeah. Oh yeah, so then as we mentioned, one of the best quotes here. Oh yeah. I mentioned earlier that they were both in Elru. I showed a screenshot of him there because I said that Graf was just there because the moon was right. In my opinion, that's what I think his deal is. He just walks around looking for good cliffs to pose on.
I don't think that we knew what the name of that location was.
We don't know yet, but that I mean now that's not really a spoiler, but that is Elru.
Okay. So yeah,
That
just
location is Elru. That's why he's the Demon of Elru.
okay. Yeah. So, but that's just like a good opportunity to say, be careful of what you do post in chat, because I don't know if it was explicitly told to me.
Yeah. Like, I mean, that's one of the things I was going to mention, maybe, just because, again, it clears it up, like, where the Demon of Elru comes from. But basically, Sigurd's not very happy that Bart is dying. And so he uses some extremely questionable physics to propel the Yeeg into the air, literally out of the sand, into the air, and just decides, I'm just going to smash down Id. So he smashes it, crushes him flat, and that is Bart in the foreground, by the way, just because I know there's 2 red gears here. So smashed him down, and everything was quiet until it wasn't. Basically, Id didn't like that very much, and just picked up the dang gear. Picked up the entire ship, and says that was pretty interesting. But dropping a warship on me is cheating. Take it back. And he gives it right back to Bart.
You know, it is important that they did that, just so that we don't have any idea in our head that we could possibly contend with this guy. Like, he's so much more powerful. Because, I don't know, like, sometimes you can kind of imagine that maybe if you just, like, you know, oh, I was underleveled. But, like, in this case, you know, I think that's one of the best examples I've seen of someone being just, you know, way beyond the strength of the party.
Yeah. So the groaning noises when he picks it up are real good. This whole scene is extremely good. This is one of the times again when Xenogears rolls an at 20. It's real good. So things start going extremely bad now. The Yeeg begins to sink underneath the sand. Sigurd, however, figures that they can save the crew as long as everybody gets to the bridge. However, he says that Shitan's mission is too important. He said, if you're here on a mission, it's too important. You cannot go down with this ship. And they actually shove his gear into an escape pod and shoot him out. So Sigurd saves Shitan. He's like, you gotta go. You got stuff to do. Please leave now. And after he left, Shitan saw the wreckage of Vanderkam's powered-up gear from earlier that Graf gave the little power of life to. And, you know, it's definitely normal for a country doctor to know about powerful Solarian military vehicles. Totally normal. And he says it was careless of him to send them there.
I did forget about the mentioning that Saitan's on a mission, so it's another good. It's why this is so important that we're going through this stuff.
Yeah, he's on some sort of mission, and I mean, we're very distrustful of Shitan at this point. But Sigurd, we like Sigurd. Sigurd's not skeptical. He is extremely loyal. He has only proved his worth, and he still seems cool with Shitan. So I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't know something. We're still not sure about him. So, meanwhile, in Kislev, they received news about the battle. And while they were searching the scene, they actually found Faye unconscious inside of Weltall, and they captured it. And finally bringing their experimental gear back home after it had been stolen, because originally it came out of Kislev. He was also notified about the pirates whose ship sank, but Sigmund actually clearly knew who they were. Basically, everybody thinks that everybody in that family is dead. But Sigmund already knows. But again, as you mentioned, Sigmund was actually good friends with his father, so it makes sense that he would still know things, you know. So he is aware of Bart's secret identity. And he says, he has to go meet with somebody. So this is when we meet this mysterious masked woman who works for Graf. She arrives in this.
I don't remember this character at all.
I'm going to I've got a whole thing about who the masked woman is. We're going to work on it a little bit.
I didn't even remember.
We're going to put all the puzzle pieces together.
Oh my god!
But
I've forgotten so much.
Random masked woman shows up, and she is basically there kind of as a representative for Graf. So she gives him something that will help him get past a barrier of some sort. And Sigmund asks, like, hey, can I talk to Graf? And she's like, no, he's not available at this time. and she asks for a special favor. She's heard about Faye's arrival, and she wants Faye and Weltall to be sent to their prison block and allowed to compete as a battler, which is very strange, as Sigmund says. That's a strange thing to ask for. And they're on a really weird ship, and I'm going to point it out because we're going to see this ship again. And it's going to start answering. This ship is what's going to answer a lot of questions for us. So.
Jesus, we haven't even gone to the prison yet?
No.
Oh my
Don't
God.
worry. It goes pretty fast from here. So, before he wakes up, he has some Faye has some weird hallucinations of this little kid version of himself who's evil, and he's watching memories of himself playing with his mother. But the evil little kid version of him is you should not be here. And he wakes up, and poor Faye. He is forced immediately to fight all of these people. He meets Rico. So Rico is sort of the head battler, and he forces everybody to fight them to figure out what rank they are in prison, and we won every battle, so he was awarded rank A. We met Hammer, who's a Demi Human, and he seems to be the only shop around. He's a fellow prisoner, but has some sort of smuggling system. Sheetan then shows up, which ain't suspicious at all, and he claims that he overheard some radio chatter that Faye was being brought here, and so he just applied to be a doctor. He's like, oh, well, they needed a doctor, so here I am. And he said, Bart is in trouble, you need to leave. But the thing is that they have bomb collars around their necks, so it's really not that easy. So, again, as we talked about, we learned that the only way to get out of D Block is to win a gear battling championship, and conveniently, the Strange Masked Woman asked us to give us Weltall, so hooray, we did it. So we got what we wanted.
Wait, did we ignore the nurse from D Block? Does she not get a slide?
I was gonna make her a slide and I forgot, but we really like the nurse from D Block. There's
we really
a point
do.
where they run into. We're gonna talk about her. There's a very good nurse who we meet later, and she was the former doctor here in D Block, and she, rightfully so, scolds Sheetan. Is like, what the hell, dude? You're the doctor of D Block, and you're out wandering around with this dude. Anyway, she's the only responsible person in this whole
She
game.
has a real conscience. She's super pissed. You abandoned all these people in need in D Block to go on your stupid Save the World mission. And this will be uploaded to YouTube. Don't worry.
Yeah. She gives him actually a pretty good verbal lashing that was very good, and I enjoyed very much because he kind of deserved it. So this is then when we see the Gazelle Ministry. So this is going to take a little bit of time to explain, and basically this is one of the things where I'm going to be supplementing a lot from Perfect Works. I figured it was just easier for me just to translate their conversations. They say all of these vague things, and they use all of these weird words we've never heard before, and I think it's better if I just be our interpreter here. So this is the Gazelle Ministry. And they are also rulers of Solaris. So basically, they're like the council, and then, they got the emperor up above him. And so their task is to oversee the lambs. So the emperor kind of does something else, but it's just important to remember that their specific task is to oversee all the little humans down on Earth. They are extremely old, and they no longer have bodies, but they were uploaded into this computer orb called the Soul 9000, so they could kind of keep living even after their bodies were gone. And they're talking about how it's been 3 years since they had any new information on him, and they talk about how he is in Nortune. And it's, and coincidentally, 3 years ago was when Faye lost his memory. So they talk about how they've been collecting data on him via something called memory cubes. And, we kind of are assuming at this point that he means Faye, but they're also talking about a lot of people at that same time. So they say if only he did not exist, the lambs would not have been turned into the Animus. It has been 500 years since our fall in the days of destruction that he caused. We would not have had to do this in such a troublesome manner as we do now. So again, very vague and confusing, but don't worry, I'm going to translate all this later. There is a timeline. It is like a history presentation. So they are currently excavating something that they call Anima Relics from the Earth. So as we learn later, this is kind of what turns a gear into an Omni gear. So it's like the good add-on that you want to have. And they start talking about how a gatekeeper was activated, but as we know, and Kislev is also trying to get through a barrier, so there's some sort of gate that people are trying to get past. People on Earth are trying to get past. And they ask if Ethos activated it, but they say it doesn't really matter. They talk about something called the Gadia key and how it's too soon for it. But most importantly, they are going to cause an explosion at an ancient nuclear reactor in Nortune to get him out of the picture. They know it's going to screw things up on Earth because the nuclear fallout's going to be hella bad, but they say it's fine, it's worth it, whoever we have to kill, totally fine. It's their best chance to defeat him.
And of course, we're putting him in quotes. So we don't actually know who him is, yeah?
Yeah. Like, we figure it's Faye, but then they also talk about things that happened way before, so it's like, what are you talking about at this point? But basically, their whole shtick is they're going to try to blow up Nortune. Yeah. So, while Faye battles for his freedom in a gear gladiator ring, we have a fun little murder mystery interlude. A monster in the sewers has been murdering contestants, but to be fair, they really did deserve it, because they're actually people who sabotaged Faye's gear during one of the battles. But that's also why people are suspecting that Faye did it, because they're his enemies. And so basically, Rico teams up and is like, hey, let's get this over with. I like you, buddy. Let's go down to let's clear your name and let's get back to the battle-in. So we eventually lure the monster with a bell and we kill it, and the game continues. But something a little fishy happened that I want to talk about.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what the real plot significance is of this whole episode.
So, when we saw things from the monster's point of view, the vision was red. But when we were tracking down the monster that we killed with the bell, it was green. So what? Does he have a different color vision each day, or unless they were different monsters? And we learned later that Red Rum really actually wasn't a monster at all. It was some orphan's dad who had been transformed into a monster. The only reason he was attracted to the bell is because both him and his son wore the bell. He thought that the bell was his son. And so he came out being like, my son, my child, but then you killed him.
Oh, okay. Well, that's really horrible and sad.
But who do we associate with the color red? Isn't there like somebody else who's like red all the time? Nah, they can't.
Well,
they can't.
No. He wouldn't be fucking around in the sewer just killing these jabronis.
No, what would he have been doing there? That makes no sense. Anyway, back to the plot. Faye was coming up to his final battle against the champ, who's Rico, and this seemed like a really good time for another mysterious figure to show up. So this is Wise Man.
God, I always think this guy's Graf, and I always think this guy is like, I guess there's too many like people wearing cloaks and cowls and wearing masks. It's so hard to keep them straight.
This is the one that's got like the fun fish mouth though, so that's cute.
Yeah, I mean I like this guy, but like Jesus Christ.
Right, and so we actually first met him earlier in the game. We were fighting in a championship, we were in a fighting championship again, just trying to keep people distracted while Bart snuck into the palace there to save Margie, who was captured at that time. And he didn't attack Faye. He seemed to be judging his strength, and he also knew Faye's name, and he told him he had done well recovering from his injuries. So he knew that Faye had been injured very badly at some point. And, but yeah, basically he just kind of blocked everything and then ran away. But in D Block, he just shows up out of nowhere, and he's basically there just to give some sort of inspiring martial arts mumbo jumbo to think about. But so he starts fighting Faye this time for real and is using all of Faye's death blows. So he knows the exact same moves that Faye does, which is kind of weird. And he then mentions Faye's father, and Faye is like, wait, what is my dad's name? And that's when Wiseman realizes, oh crap, he doesn't have any memory. He didn't realize before this point that Faye had no idea what was going on.
Now, do we know of any Because like when you if you don't fight this guy in the tournament, you get the wedding dress, right?
No, the wedding dress came from we fought Alice's little brother, and
Oh,
since
that's
we
right.
didn't punch him, he just chucked the wedding dress at us and left.
Oh, he's the guy that we don't punch.
We
Okay.
pulled a wise man on Dan.
Okay.
He refused to fight, and Dan got real frustrated. But yeah, basically, wise man is like fighting brute strength. The brute strength is a sign of a great fool. You know, anyway, all that you know, all that kind of martial arts mumbo jumbo kind of stuff. But now he's here to tell us a little bit about Faye's dad, who we learned is named Khan. Wise Man told Faye that he studied martial arts with his father a long time ago, and Khan wasn't a land dweller. He became an officer of a floating city or country that's known as Shavat. So Shavat is separate from Solaris. They're mortal enemies. But anyway, that's where Faye's father was from. He met his wife Karen, and they had Faye, but apparently she passed away pretty quickly after. And so anyway, Khan went on to become an officer, as I mentioned. And Faye was kidnapped by Graf, actually. Graf knew that Faye possessed some sort of power. Khan contacted Wiseman and asked for his help. He said, "Hey, you're my old martial arts buddy. I need some help. I gotta go get my son." And so he says, "I agreed to Khan's request to begin searching for you," and Graf as well. I'm just adding that in there. So he's there for you, but he's also there for Graf. Then came that one fateful night 3 years ago. There was a violent storm. Khan notified me that he had located his son. So I headed for that location as if I was drawn to it. You and Khan were wounded badly. By then, Graf had already gone. I don't know why, but probably he was driven away by Khan. Khan decided to pursue Graf. I provided you with the necessary first aid and left you in the custody of those village people. Then I followed after Khan. He said it was not only for the sake of his son, but also for the sake of the world that the man had to be disposed of. He added that if something were to happen to him, I would have to take care of the rest, and I haven't seen or heard from him since.
Wait, sorry, who's the man that they're talking? The man that had to be disposed of?
Khan. I'm sorry, Graf.
So Khan thinks that Graf needs to be killed?
So Khan was I think let me
sorry.
Slide here. So let's quick go over. I think there'll be clear ones to talk about here. So let's take a moment to pause and let's talk about who all was there on that night that Faye lost his memory. So the night that Faye lost his memory, Graf was there. Faye's father, Khan, was there. Id was there, and also Wiseman. And so but Wiseman actually arrived after the main battle. So by that point, Faye was already all bloodied and stuff, and Khan basically gave him Faye and said, "I need to chase down Graf. It's super important. I need to kill Graf." Basically, he's like, "If I don't kill him, it's going to be the world's going to end. And if you don't hear from me, it's going to have to be your job after this."
And it's the Demon of Elru, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So he was there too. But yeah, so basically in the scene that we saw, his father told Graf like that he would not let him have him even if it killed him. So again, as we talked about, Graf had stolen Faye at some point, and he was there to get his son back.
Okay.
Does that kind of answer the question from before?
A bit. But Wiseman was in cahoots with Graf to steal the baby, or
no. So he went to martial arts school with Khan.
Okay.
But basically Wiseman's whole shtick at this point is that because Khan is dead, Wiseman exists to hunt down and kill Graf. Okay. Like that. This has been his job. Like he's been spending his life since that night trying to track down Graf and kill him.
Okay.
So he seems to be at least on our side because he was buddies with our dad, and he very much wants Graf to die, which seems like a good call, honestly.
Yeah, I'm for it.
But yeah. So I guess I'll pause here again. Any other big questions? I need a refill on my water though, so I'm gonna go grab more water. If anybody's got any questions up to this point,
yeah, just throw your questions in chat. Yeah, throw them into the chat. I think it's, and the reason why I was pausing and having Kubliest like re-explain that part is just that there are so many characters and there are a whole lot of like double motivations and people who are like double and triple agents, and we also have encountered people a number of times and then only actually get their story explained, like at a single point, and sometimes it's not even sufficient then. So it was just hard to figure out like who is the him that's being referred to in this case, and what the exact events of that night were. But if anything else is not clear, it needs to get re-explained. Like, now is your time to ask. And then if you joined us just recently, what's up, Countess? This is a lore recap up to the point that we're at in the video game. We're playing Xenogears every Monday here on this channel. But since we only get 3 to 4 hours every week, and it's a very dense and sometimes convoluted plot with a whole lot of players, it's a little difficult for me to keep it all in my head. And this is the second of the PowerPoint presentations to just review the lore, review the characters, and make sure that we're following along, because the story can be subtle and sometimes deliberately misleading.
And sometimes just non-existent.
Yeah, sometimes they don't even tell you the shit you need to know. So it doesn't look like we have a... So the question that Countess had, which I answered without even realizing...
This?
Yeah, that's what this is. That's what this is.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's continue on.
What slide number are we up to? Just
65, but things are going to really start speeding up after this.
Okay.
So, Faye won the final battle against Rico. He had his bomb collar removed, but Rico had one last thing he wanted to do. Murder the Kaiser! So he rammed his gear into the viewing box and acted kind of like it was an accident, but they were no fool. The attempt didn't work, and he was kind of a wanted man at that point. Rico actually broke into the Kaiser's castle, and he wandered into the late Mrs. Kaiser's room. And it had some sort of fancy lock on there that was like a DNA lock, but he just waltzed right in like he owned the place. And it really should have only allowed members of the Kaiser's family in, so a little suspicious, huh? But as we talked about earlier, we know that this is actually the Kaiser's son. And that was when he actually started having some flashbacks, and he realized, oh my god, this is my mom, Kaiser's my dad, I grew up in this room, and when Rico is caught by the guards in this room, Kaiser realizes, oh crap, this is my son. But he does not care and puts him to and has him ordered to be put to death anyway after the assassination stunt. Because he hates Demi Humans. He hates himself so much that he does not care. But anyway, luckily for us, the death sentence isn't like instantaneous or anything. He's just like chucked out into a gladiator ring to fight dinosaurs. Who would have thought I've been battling with using only my body? So anyway, we usually have had to beat up the dinosaurs with the gear. So anyway, usually most people are not going to do okay. It's just him, so. But, luckily, Faye and Shitan find out about this, and they vow to save him, so they steal back Weltall. But at the same time, this is when the Gazelle attack began.
I'm sorry, did he actually fight a dinosaur? I don't remember that.
We fought that was the first boss that we fought when we ran into Ellie in the woods. The two of them were arguing, and at one point, well, first there's like one monster, but then the first boss is they call it a rancor.
Oh, okay.
And that attacks, and that's what Shitan shows up with Weltall to defeat.
Yeah, and then, but like when Rico gets thrown down into that pit, does he actually have to fight a fight?
I mean, no, you're just watching it, because again, you're not with them, so you're not actually fighting. The monster hasn't gotten him yet; it's there, but luckily everybody swoops in with their gears. So but
I just thought that I missed like a pretty major.
The dino's the last of their worries at the moment, because again, they're trying to blow it up. So we find out that this mission to blow up Kislev basically was being led by Ellie. And back when she was being briefed about the mission, everybody was being super dodgy. They told her, like, oh, we'll tell you your target once you get there. And she doesn't like that at all. And Ellie eventually actually runs into a demi-human woman named Dominia. And she is one of the new elements. So if you remember that thing that Shitan, Sigurd, Ramses, and Sai were in, so they rebooted them afterwards, basically. So she's obviously high up. She knows what's going on, and she lets Elliot in the secret, which is that they're destroying an entire city that's going to basically destroy the entire country. And Dominia does not care about the murder because she's super loyal to Ramses. He actually saved her. She was apparently rescued by him when her city was destroyed. And I wonder what caused that city destruction. I'm seeing red again. I'm seeing red. We'll get to it. So there was that horrible, horrible night where the Demon of Elru destroyed Elru, but basically she's from Elru, so she was like one of the last living citizens after that city was destroyed. But so Ellie waffles around a lot about it, and she's like, I should not be killing surface dwellers, like this is not good, but she's sort of waffly anyway, kind of goes into it anyway. So Rico's rescue is interrupted by Ellie's attack. Faye tries to stop Dominia's bomb ship thing to save the people. Basically try to, it's going to crash regardless, but basically just trying to keep it away from that reactor so that it won't explode. But they also try to want to keep it away from the residential districts. And luckily, though, he has enough time he has enough time, he runs into Ellie, and he has enough time to take her to, like, a romantic view spot over the town to, like, talk to her for a little bit. So basically
like
says, like, what are you
burn.
doing? This is ridiculous. You're gonna kill all these people. You're such an asshole. And basically she finally gains the spine, and they go to take down Dominia so that she can't do what she wants to do. And Rico, like, somehow also gets in his gear, but basically the three of them are trying to redirect the crash. And the three of them ignore physics, and it doesn't make any sense. But they direct it away from the reactor, but it's still going to hit the city. Rico and Faye bail when their gears give out, but Ellie is feeling real bad about the choices that she's made in her life, so she decides to kind of hang on longer. And there's more physics weirdness, and suddenly she, like, gets weak and falls, but this mysterious gear shows up that we've never seen. Or have we? Anyway, it shows up and protects her with these cool little wings before it just swoops in, saves her, and then swoops out. And, now that I'm looking at that gear looks super familiar. I swear we've seen it before.
I don't remember
And it didn't have wings, but it's Graf. It's Graf's gear.
Oh, shit.
Which does not make any sense at all to us so far, because Graf loves it when people die. So, what?
Well, also the implication is that Graf is working against, what's the name of the computer brain people who ordered this attack?
The Gazelle Ministry.
Okay, so he is at this point working against the Gazelle Ministry's objective.
He's sort of against everybody. He just
he could just be messing with everybody, but at least they don't seem to be affiliated.
Yeah, and so this is very confusing to us. And again, we've never seen Graf's gear have wings, so it's very confusing. But it looks incredibly similar to Graf's gear, which is just something to note to kind of sort of add to the mystery. But it's fine. We're gonna move on. So, basically, they all try to get out of Nortune, and basically Rico's a wanted man, so they have to be discreet. They steal a super cool airship Kislev has been working on, and again, seems extremely advanced, but obviously they've been getting some help from Graf and people behind the scenes, so they're able to make cooler stuff now. And speaking of Graf, he shows up. He's here, and he's in a bad mood, and he tries to fight the gang with his bare fists on the wing of a ship. And Shitan does a barrel roll, chucks him off, but Graf really won't be finished quite that easily, so he comes back for seconds. Hammer does something useful for the first time in the entire game and blasts him out of the sky with the ship's weapons, and finally they were home free. They made it. Everything was great. Of course not. You didn't believe that. We cut back to Bart, who's gotten his hands on a new ship that's identical to the old ship, but now it goes on the water. And he's peeping that Kislev tech and decides this is a great time to test out his new missiles. So he blows the gang out of the sky. He's real proud of himself. That's the power of the Bart missile.
It's
And
so sick
Graf
that he
isn't
names
finished,
it
though.
after himself. God, that's amazing.
Everything is named after him.
Bart's the best.
So Graf isn't finished, of course, though. He teleports, just like he does, into Ramses's ship, which is currently on a mission to locate something called the Gatekeeper. And Graf points at the Yeeg and says, the one that caused you so much pain and grief is on that ship, and it's heading for Aquavi. And whenever they talk about Aquavi, Aquavi is the name of the large ocean to the southwest of Ave. So Aquavi is just the name of the ocean. And he then kind of just warps into the hallway to talk privately with Miang and sort of accuses her of more trickery, and then he just sort of nopes out of there. And we hear all sorts of weird cryptic nonsense from the Gazelle Ministry again. And so from here, this is like where I do my first like hardcore, I guess, translation. Again, this is one of the things where I'm pulling stuff from Perfect Works. Some things are like maybe mild spoilers, but like not really. I don't know. But the Ministry is very upset that Ramses is going on a side quest right now. But they know that he's chasing after Faye. They understand, like, they get why he's doing it, but they're not happy about it. They really wanted him to be working on his job. So, they, again, as they said before, they track Faye with something called a memory cube. And so they're talking about those memory cubes again. They believe that there are people around Faye who possess something called the Animus Factor. And again, they're not sure if this was planned or if they were just drawn to Faye for some reason. And it seems parallel to something that happened 500 years ago. And like, so it kind of seems like history is repeating itself. And someone around Faye, they say that one of these people received something called Sufredi, which is a genetic manipulation serum developed under Project M, which is coming up again. But again, we can assume that's Rico, because as we learned, Ethos and Solaris got back at the Kaiser by messing with his genetics, so we can definitely assume that's what they're talking about here. And that their leader, Corellian, is searching for the legacy of Zebom, which is a sunken city that's, I mean, not really sunken. Anyway, it's a big city that's 4,000 years old, and he's been looking for it for a super long time. And its legacies are some sort of nanomachines, and he really wants them. And while we haven't really talked about Corellian before, he's sort of like the real leader of Solaris. So, like, the power structure goes Corellian, Emperor, and then the Gazelle Ministry. And as it turns out, Ethos actually found this location about 19 years ago, but hid it from Solaris. So, even though, as we sort of know at this point, Ethos is just a front for Solaris, clearly somebody was trying to break free, and so they've been hiding this and using it for their own benefit.
So Ethos found it, but the Gazelle Ministry are aware that Ethos found it?
They just found out about this treachery. Basically, so 19 years ago, members of Ethos uncovered this big historic city. And Ethos was supposed to report everything to Solaris, but they kept this one a secret. They didn't let Solaris know.
Okay, and then is Solaris being run by the Gazelle Ministry?
Yes, so Solaris is run by the Gazelle Ministry, the Emperor, and then now Corellian, as we're learning as well.
Okay.
So yeah, Corellian is the top, Emperor is kind of under him, and then it's these guys. Sort of these are all the ruling bodies of Solaris.
Okay, yeah, I guess maybe I assumed, but I guess I wasn't quite sure that these guys, the Gazelle Ministry, were actually part of Solaris.
Yeah, because if you remember way back at the start, I mentioned that Ellie's dad was something fancy called, he was a Gazelle class citizen.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So he's a real fancy boy if he's got a fancy title naming after like one of the ruling bodies.
Okay.
And this is sort of mentioned, I don't think I mentioned this in the PowerPoint thing at all, but a lot of Solarians kind of worship the ministry because like they're so old, they're like, oh yeah, these are what the original humans were like. You know, like not the kind of nonsense like that. So some of them see them as like the perfect humans, even though they're just data shoved inside of a cube. Jesus,
just layers on layers.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so again, as we learned, Ethos hid this, and so even though Ethos is just a front for Solaris, clearly there's something else going on too. And as it turns out, the Gazelle Ministry doesn't even trust Corellian very much, and they don't think the nanomachines are a part of their end goal. They start bad-mouthing him to Emperor Cain and basically saying like, look, dude, Emperor, I get it, but by the way, just a reminder, Corellian is your like special buddy and everything, but he definitely is a lamb. He's still an earthling. So,
so who's in that picture?
So originally Corellian was from the Earth.
Is that Corellian in the picture there, or is that the Emperor?
No, that's just the Emperor.
Okay, that's the Emperor.
We'll talk more about him. We haven't really seen him. We haven't even seen him at this point, but we will see him very soon.
Okay.
But so Corellian is over 500 years old, which is pretty weird. But some people have had cool little things done to extend their life, and so clearly he's been one of the recipients. But
okay.
And so Cain is not having it. Cain tells him basically to shut it, and he's like, "Oh, what happened to that little purge of yours? How'd that go, huh?" So they kind of deflect and mumble about how they knew it was going to fail anyway, and they won't go do it again. So they're sort of like battling a little bit. Like they don't really totally get along, and they have the same end goal, but they seem to disagree on how to get there. Then they talk about something that I don't even know how to pronounce, the anonably? Anyway, whatever. Basically, it's this thing that basically Cain is one of the only people who believe in it, and by extension, Chitan, because he reports to him, so he also told him about it. And it's someone who will lead the people born of this world to a new land. And he kind of believes that Fae, once awakened, could be this person. And we don't really understand what being awakened means. He's kind of the only person who has this sort of positive viewpoint. And the Gazelle Ministry just dismisses the idea of it. They're like, it's an illusion. And the last time that there was a candidate for this, it went hella bad. And it's the reason why they don't have bodies anymore. So whoever was supposed to awaken and save them all awakened, but did not save them all.
Okay, so maybe there's a previous Anobli out on the loose?
No, so 500 years ago.
Oh, okay.
There was somebody who they believed was going to be this person, or they believed could be this person. And when their powers awakened, instead of saving humanity, they kind of just fucked up humanity. They just destroyed everything. They killed the ministry. And Corellian actually was the one who put the ministry inside of the computer orb. So he had the tech, so he was smart and was able to do that. So that they're all kind of like, they don't like Corellian very much, but he did save their, quote, lives. So, they have to kind of be nice to him, but they don't like it. They don't like it. And Cain is actually Cain actually has a pretty positive view of the world and has a pretty positive view of Fae. And he's like, please stop trying to kill Fae. I just think if we leave him alone, the boy is going to awaken and everything's going to be fine.
And does the ministry know that Saitan's reporting to Cain?
I don't believe they do. I don't believe that they do. I mean, they could, but they never really talk about it.
Cain could be having his own side game going.
Yeah. So really, like, the Emperor doesn't seem quite as evil, because the Gazelle Ministry wants to like destroy and all this stuff, and they're like, kill him. Anybody who has the potential to be good, I want them dead. But to be fair, they're also scarred from this thing that happened 500 years ago that killed them all. But Cain is like, please stop trying to kill him.
Okay.
Let him be. So, back to the plot. Bart blew up all of his friends with the Bart missiles. Faye and Ellie ended up on the wreckage of the Goliath, which is the name of that airship, with their gears trapped underwater. Chitan and Rico are picked up by Bart, who then has to confess what he did and gets beat up by Rico. Rightfully so. Basically, Ellie and Faye wait for someone to save them, and they have like this really great emo conversation that I liked very much. It was very good, but it sounds like me right now. It was very good. Anyway, before starving to death, they are picked up by a giant salvage ship called the Times, who are currently contracted by Ethos. So they're not Ethos, they're just being contracted to excavate. And what they're being contracted to excavate is that city that we talked about before. So that's what they've been hauling stuff out of. That's like, they've been on the ocean for basically the past couple years, just excavating stuff out of there for Ethos. And we got to meet the captain, who we like a lot. He's very charismatic. He's a Demi Human, obviously, and he calls them winos, but he does repair their gears for free, and he feeds them. And he has this cute little thing that we love very much, where he says that he is a man of the sea, and this little cute thing always goes. It's very adorable anytime he talks about it. We like him very much. He's a good boy.
And everyone on the ship is a lush. They're all
basically
they're all crazy drunks, but they get their jobs done.
Yeah, they're all kind of party animals here. And oh yeah, did want to point out though, in this animation, on one of the first slides, you can see Hans, who is their Franz.
Hans and Franz.
So there's another Franz, and he's a radio operator, and he's also the first officer of the ship. So again, told you there would be more Hans and Franz, and I couldn't really find any art of Hans. But that person who modeled Franz also made a Hans. In the game, they're the same size, but I just really liked how cute and tiny it was, and so don't talk to me or my Hans ever again.
Oh my god. That's a fantastic meme. But Hans is amazing because, like, he's like the one responsible non-drunk on the ship.
Yeah.
And
he's basically running the joint.
He's running it, and what's great is that, like, you know, he'll rib the other guys and give them a hard time about being, you know, crazy lushes and having bad ideas, but he doesn't, like, he's not mean about it. Like, he's still on board for the plan. He seems to enjoy that they're all lunatics, but he just doesn't partake.
Yeah, he's fine with it, but, you know, again, he's just kind of like the ship mom a little bit.
He's great.
But I love him. Good boy. So, back on Bart's ship, he apologizes to Shitan, which is definitely character growth here, and he explains what the hell happened. So, when the Yeeg went down, it fell into an underground cavern. Conveniently, it contained an identical Yeeg that Bart claims was a scrapped project under his father. So he found another version of their ship, and he's like, oh, this was something my dad must have been working on, but they scrapped it. However, the crest on the ship is from Shavat, not the royal family. And Bart had never really heard of Shavat before this point. But the simple country doctor knows about Shavat. But, you know, the fact that he was a Solarian citizen would make sense, because Shavat is the other flying city that's sort of been at an uncomfortable stalemate with Solaris for a long time.
And are we supposed to think that it's a little too convenient that they crashed their ship right next to a backup ship? Or...
Yeah, it's all very... it's a little weird, a little confusing. Maybe a little too convenient. But I think it's time that we should talk about the new group of the elements. And this is not Shitan's group from before. No, it's the cooler, younger group that replaced them. It's the Ghostbusters reboot. In Perfect Works, they say they specifically made them to be fan service, so that's why they exist. So they kind of follow the buddy system. So usually two of them are paired up with each other. There's Calvena and Domina. They're usually paired together. And Calvena's not blind or anything. She's just really focusing her ether point, so she's got her eyeballs closed. So she keeps her eyes closed to channel it. She's sort of the mom of the group. She's kind of the voice of reason. Dominia is a former lamb who was rescued by Ramses after her town was destroyed, which we mentioned. And Demi Human, of course. Seraphita is obviously a Demi Human. She has part rabbit. She was also saved by Ramses. So this is kind of why they're also loyal to him. Talone is a cyborg who's mostly robot at this point. Those little dots in her face are actually screws. And she was also, she's got the gin and tonic futon brain.
Oh, that's right.
Which Seraphita called it. It's actually the positronic photon structure.
Yeah, and they were just like fighting the whole time that they were battling us. Like they were having side arguments.
Basically, Talone is super smart. Seraphita is kind of dumb. So they kind of argue a little bit. I didn't see anything about if Calvena was rescued and saved by Ramses, but I kind of have to assume she was because the others were, and it also kind of seemed, I don't know. It seems like that's kind of a prerequisite, but I'm not totally sure. But yeah, so Calvena's water element, Domina is earth, Seraphita is fire, and Talone is air. So yeah, we're gonna fight them a bunch and kill them. This is a cute pic of the gang, though.
Oh, look at that.
Very cute little gang. You can see the little screws now on her face. I like this art. It was a good piece of art. So the reason why I talked about him is because we meet him. So Calveda and Domina are out on a mission, and they locate the Yeeg. And Domina she stubbornly decides that she wants to destroy it herself to impress Ramses, basically. Faye happens to see the Yeeg battling, because they happen to be battling near the times. And so they decide to head back to the ship to help, because their gears have been repaired. So it's like he's looking through that huge thing and sees them, and he's like, oh god, we gotta go save him. So Dominia sees Ellie and battles the gang, and they win, but before she leaves, she grabs Ellie and runs, and drags her all the way back to Gebler. And Bart believes that from the start, Ellie has been a spy, and is like, oh yeah, left accidentally, huh? Yeah, whatever. So Dominia just like starts slapping Ellie around a whole bunch, just literally just slapping her straight in the face. But our old friend shows up, and she's all nice, and she's like, oh my gosh, are you okay? Look, you can't just hit people. That's so rude. Oh my gosh. And she looks at Dominia and like uses the force on her until she like zones out and walks away. And she then talks to Ellie and stares deep in her eyes and then turns her into a sleeper agent. And so she lets Ramses know that the elements battled Weltal and Faye, and he starts making some plans to attack himself. And Ellie escapes, at least she thinks she's escaping, and heads back to the ship. And she seems a little out of it when she arrives, and Bart does not trust her for obvious reasons. And really, Bart was right. She just walks down to sabotage the Yeeg's engine, which apparently has a destroy everything button. I'm not sure why. She just presses one button and it like explodes.
It's very dangerous to leave those buttons where any odd worker could just touch it.
Yeah. And she then informs everybody that she's not actually a spy. She was under hypnosis. It was not her fault. Dominia attacks again, and Ellie fights to prove her loyalty. Ramses again decides it's time to go attack because he's really has it out for Faye, and he's kind of babbling about how Faye is his rival, which is super weird because like, we don't even know you. You don't even go here. Just everybody's confused. He also says something about Faye having a different machine than before, which, as far as we know, he's only ever had one, so that's a little weird.
Yeah, good point.
And he attacks Faye, almost kills him, basically, like knocks the gear over. The gear starts filling with water. When Ellie jumps in front, she uses her cool little Aerods things and blows it up, and he admits defeat and goes away. And basically, again, Miang made him retreat. She's always making him retreat before he does something stupid that will kill him. And so they quick try to bring Faye up to the surface. However, he's not doing well. He's on life support. And they tell him that doesn't look good. And at this point, the only people who can save him are Ethos. And they have all the cool hospital tech, I guess. And so they're told that an E-Tone is coming to the ship today, which is basically a gunslinger for Ethos, which is kind of weird. Why is a church gunslingers? But according to them, sinners sin enough to get transformed into monsters known as wells, and the E-Tones put them out of their misery.
Yeah, I'm sure that's exactly how it happens.
Yeah, that's how it goes down. And so they head up to the deck, and they interrupt some guys trying to kidnap a young girl named Primera. But her father shows up, misunderstands, and pulls a gun at Ellie. And it's fine, though, because Sheetan knows him. Turns out, this is Josiah, we mentioned from earlier. He used to be an element, and boy, howdy, is he looking rough. He is not looking good. He does not look like how we thought he looked.
He's the best dad.
He was looking real rough. In fact, let's look at what everybody looked like. So, we got Jesse here, looking all fresh-faced. Saitan's got the short hair right in this time. Sigurd's still got both of his eyes. Ramses is just kind of a soft boy. And then this picture of Miang is just in the background being terrifying because that was just what
Yeah, she is scary there. No, I remember because I game overed and had to redo that sequence twice when Miang sort of gives the hypnosis to Ellie. And it was kind of suspicious that Saitan like immediately recognized, like, oh no, her brain has been altered, and this was just like hypnosis. Like he was very familiar with that kind of mind control, which also seems suspicious of
seems common.
Of a simple country doctor.
Yeah, again, the fact that he could identify it that quickly is kind of weird, but Solaris does mess with some weird stuff. So, yeah. But Jesse isn't actually the gunslinger that we're looking for. We are. He actually used to be an Etone, but he quit, and he now does everything he can to disrupt them. So he basically spends his time disrupting Ethos while also being a deadbeat alcoholic dad. But we're looking for his son. So not only is 16-year-old Billy an active Etone, he's also an Ethos priest who runs an orphanage, and he's the primary caretaker of Prim, who is his younger sister. And he's also completely ashamed of his father. Awkward. Margie has actually been hiding out with the gang here, but Billy doesn't recognize her, so he doesn't know that she's the Holy Mother of Nissan. But the two decide to talk God later, and Billy agrees to help get Faye to Ethos to thank them for saving his sister. So they head back to Ethos, they drop off Faye with the doctors, and they decide to go check out the orphanage. So when everybody arrives, Billy recognizes Sigurd because Sigurd got clean at his house. So he just kind of describes it as he just used to play with Billy when he was young.
So wait, what is the deal with Sigurd getting clean? Was he a drunk?
No, he got addicted to Drive, that drug that they take. He got way too into it, and so he got clean. And basically Josiah's wife was like a really nice lady who was like a good healer, and she kind of took care of him during that time, and like he like babysat Billy and hung out with them during this time in his life. And so he meets up. Bart does not like somebody else calling his guardian Siggy. He makes him very uncomfortable.
I hate it too.
He doesn't like it at all. Wants it to stop immediately. I think he yells at him. But anyway, Jesse decides, let's all head back to the Yig and just get smashed. Remember old times. So, Billy is then visited by Bishop Stone, who's sort of his surrogate father in the church. When Billy and Prim were young, Jesse just kind of walked out. He just walked out, left them. And Wells attacked their house, killed their mother, but Bishop Stone arrived in time to save the two children. And Billy has lived his pious life in honor of Uncle Stone. And eventually, Jesse comes back again. Eventually, after a while, Jesse came back again, but he looked completely different. He was now an alcoholic and was drinking very, very heavily. Prim was just pleased to see him and super excited because she does not like Bishop Stone. But Billy was really disappointed that she would be clinging to this sorry, excuse for a father figure when they got the perfectly good Bishop Stone over here. Like, why would you do that? So Stone was there to send Billy on an Etone mission to a ship that was taken over by Wells, and the gang agrees to help out while Faye recovers. And so he says, let's see what tomorrow brings. And what tomorrow brings is Billy and the terrible, horrible, no good, very bad day.
It really is. It goes about as bad as it could go.
So I got to change the title, I changed the hair color, and I added guns. So there we go.
That's fantastic.
I guess, yeah, any questions from this point?
Yeah, actually, can we have a quick question and bathroom break?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be back in 1 sec.
Yeah, we're about 2 hours in now. We're getting to the end. We're almost there. But yeah, this is a lot. But it's not really something that you could talk about short, so I at least tried to make the slides pretty. And I am actually going to refill my water while I have a moment, so I will be back. So if you got any questions, put them in the chat.
Deco Ray, how late are you? We're 2 hours 15 minutes into the PowerPoint. If people don't know what this is I am currently playing Xenogears on this channel. My name is Joshy D, and since we only play for 3 to 4 hours every Monday on this game, it's very easy to get lost in this game's plot and not be able to keep track of all of the various characters and countries and organizations, and it's all multi-layered, and people are often, doing one thing while sort of misdirecting with their other hand. So TheKubliest has created this presentation to catch us up to the point where we're at in the game, which is where we have just acquired an Omni Gear for Bart. So if you're familiar with the game, please don't talk about anything that comes after that point. And very excited for Billy, because Billy sucked ass up until like this point where he has this really transformative experience and becomes actually a pretty doggone cool character and maybe the hero of the whole game. So
yeah, basically.
I'm ready for so much more Billy. Like, I hope there's Go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, because I saw Clay Teapot was asking about, we did mention the one-winged angels when we talked about the Nissan Orthodoxy way at the beginning.
Yes. So that was discussed at that point when we go to Margie's work. I guess it's her job, and we see all that. But can I expect that there's 15 to 20 slides of just Billy fan art coming up?
I wish. Yeah, because before this point, Billy is he's got a stick up his ass. But
really not likable.
Yeah, he's really a dick. I mean, sure, yeah, his dad's a little crazy, but he's kind of an asshole to him, and he's like, "You're not really my dad," all that mean stuff. I love Bishop Stone. You're such a dick. So just remember, he just really likes Bishop Stone. So it's not like Bishop Stone is going to turn out to be awful or anything. No, of course not. But so yeah, this is the start of, as I said, Billy and the Terrible, Horrible, No Good, Very Bad Day. So the gang heads to an abandoned ship that's full of monsters. They run into some that are like gear-sized, and so Billy reveals that the kids at the orphanage actually hide his gear under the playground and send it to him when he needs it, which is pretty fun.
His gear is also the sickest gear.
Yeah, here's his gear. It's got a cape. It's very neat. We love it very much. It's a good gear. So anyway, they smash up the monster with the gears, and they figure all's well that ends well, and they head back to the Vatican, or, Ethos HQ. So as to say, I'm going to say too, by this point, Faye has technically recovered. Like, they say he's going to be okay, and he can go back on the ship. So he's actually on the Yeeg at the moment, recovering after his life-saving treatment. But, so when they get back to Ethos HQ, the place is a bloodbath. It is littered with bullet casings. Billy says they look a lot like his dad's. Awkward. Remember, his dad really hates Ethos. But, I mean, it didn't seem like he was going to shoot up, though, an entire Vatican. That didn't really seem like his style.
That's not really his style.
No. And we pretty quickly learned it's not Jesse when the gang is attacked by this weird little assassin thingies, but they still seem to be a part of the Ethos Church. Their attacks use that holy symbol that I mentioned way back at the start. Down in the techno basement, they discover that the pontiff they watch the pontiff get murdered, and so this is some sort of internal spat. So this isn't like something that the pontiff started. He seems confused as well, so it seems to be some sort of internal little battle. They also come across this random injured person who's been held captive in the church's basement. They kind of look like they've been tortured, and they call for the Yeeg and have them take them away. And they make it to the room where all of Ethos's dirty secrets are held, and we get bombarded with a whole ton of data, and Ellie hilariously says, in short, it's like this. She does her job for me here, so I have shortened what she said originally, but let's just lay it out. The info that they found in this big computer with a cute little Ellie picture.
Oh, that's a great picture.
500 years ago, there was a great war that occurred between Solaris and the Land Dwellers. It's not clear what the outcome was, but after the war, Solaris feared another Land Dweller revolt. So Solaris built a gate or a barrier that separates Solaris's land from the rest of the world's land. So we've been hearing about gates. We're also learning Solaris isn't really in the sky. Solaris has land. Solaris has continents. And they are hiding the continents from the rest of the world using these gates.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, so they have land. They got land. They're not just like mysteriously floating around like Shabbat. And so they just put up a gate so that people on Earth wouldn't remember that they existed.
I didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, it's a fun little fact there. So the land dwellers who lived within this gate were supervised. To carry out the actual supervision, Solaris established the Ethos. So the Ethos is actually controlled by the Gazelle Ministry, or Solaris's highest governmental body. I mean, there are new continents that show up, and it also has a big pillar, so it touches it, technically. Excavation findings, goods, and natural resources are from the surface are transported to Solaris by the Ethos, and this also includes human resources or people used for manual labor and so on. According to these records, there's been an enormous amount of goods and people transferred to Solaris. So again, most Solaris is up in the sky, but they do own some land because again, it's hidden by the gate. So that's like why the world map's kind of sparse, because once you break that gate, obviously we're going to start finding some more land. So Billy is having a crisis of faith. He realizes that the people that he saved from the wells, he sent them to the church to like become priests and have a good life. They were actually just all shipped to Solaris as slave labor. So guess dear old dad had a reason for leaving the church, huh?
Yeah, so he's having his life just crumble around him as he's realizing that he's been basically like a slave trader. Yeah,
basically. Kind of. Yeah. And so the other thing that's mentioned, I'm going to make sure I said the same thing. So anyway, so he's having a real rough day, and then they keep talking about something that they call the 44th Salvage Plan, which kind of explains what's going on here, because nothing that we've read explains why there's Ethos assassins killing members of the Ethos Church. And so then we learn about this 44th Salvage Plan, which was, as we learned earlier, the discovery of that 4,000-year-old city. And again, I want to stress this is not like a tiny little city. It's like an entire civilization. If there was like a big historical timeline on the wall, there's a period known as the Z-Bomb era. Like it's extremely large, as we see. It was discovered 19 years ago by Ethos, but they didn't report it to Solaris, as we learned. Instead, they secretly started to excavate the site, collecting all the cool ancient tech and weapons, and most importantly, Z-Bomb specialized in nanomachines. And so this is sort of like their big thing. That's why Corellian wants to go down there and get some nanomachines. So as we mentioned too, they contracted the Times to help. They weren't really they're not like Ethos people. They're just like the contractors who are doing the dirty work. And they kind of planned to just dominate the world themselves without Solaris. They were going to use all this technology that they picked up and just, take over, be a new Solaris. And so we heard the Ministry talking about how they had uncovered this plot before. And so the Purge of Ethos was sent by Solaris themselves to quell the rebellion. So they're just there to take down the pesky people. And they really don't want to have competitors for world domination.
And so, and then again, yeah. So if Solaris did it, then presumably the Ministry of Gazelle, or is that even below their pay grade to deal with?
No.
This?
So the Gazelle Ministry's main job is to control the land dwellers.
Okay.
That's sort of like their purpose. So they're there to oversee the lowly land dwellers who are so dumb and need help. And so Ethos is sort of an extension of the Gazelle Ministry.
Oh, okay.
And so Billy's having a bad day, and he runs into Verlaine, who's somebody we talked to briefly before, but basically Verlaine is a friend and a fellow Etone, but turns the corner and he watches Verlaine murder somebody in the church, and he is about to kill Billy himself when Verlaine gets shot by good old Dad. Jesse's here, but he didn't shoot him with a real bullet. He shot him with a stun bullet so we could get some more exposition. And so he confirms that yes, Solaris did call the Purge. The Solarians, I don't know. Anyway, basically they commanded the the people who are commanding the assassins, so the head of this purge is no other than surrogate daddy Bishop Stone. So every Ethos rebel who knew about that city, they've been killed, except for anybody out on a salvage mission right now. So Billy's already having a bad day, but Verlaine makes it worse by letting him know that literally everyone in Ethos is awful. So it isn't like this rebel group was good. They were also terrible. They were also like siphoning off refugees for their own selfish desires, and you understand what that means. And it's because Ethos is kind of just like the techno-Catholics. So basically, Verlaine's like, I don't feel bad about killing them, and I mean, I don't blame him. So it seems like basically everything is rotten at Ethos. Everybody sucks. There's nobody's good here. So Billy kind of tries to appeal to his friend, and he said, like, it's up to God to pass judgment, not us. And Verlaine just keeps running his mouth because we need more exposition. And so he kind of makes fun of Billy and says, God, where does such a being exist? The Ethos used the two sweet fruits of faith and technology well to skillfully manipulate global affairs and people's zeal. They manipulated the ignorant masses to repeatedly continue their pointless wars. And basically, battle data gleaned from these wars were sent to Solaris itself. So, like, the wars just were basically data gathering. And so they analyzed to aid in ruling the entire Earth, but faith in God's salvation was used as a cushion to soften the blow. It was a well-thought-out system. Did you think that acting the part of a faithful servant of God would someday yield an answer? Can't you see that such a divine being just never existed from the beginning? And you don't seem to realize this, but you yourself were passing judgment on sinners as much as we were. And that's when Billy learns that wells are not like sinners that were transformed. They're people that Ethos turned into wells.
And what was the purpose of doing that? To like turn them into monsters? Was that like failed experiments or?
They're not really. They're experiments that they're doing on purpose. So Solaris has. We haven't gotten to it yet, really, but Solaris has some sort of purpose for these. Like they're kind of. I mean, they're kind of like ultimate humans because they're extremely powerful. So they've got a reason to do it, but they also kind of use them to like destroy things. Like remember, Bishop Stone used them to kill Billy's mom.
I do remember
and all
that
stuff. So yeah, so they kind of use them as like attack forces and stuff, or just for funsies. So Stone gets real jealous. He shows up and he's real jealous that he didn't get to traumatize Billy first. So he kills Verlaine and confirms that, yeah, he's on here on behalf of Solaris. And now it's time for Stone to talk a little bit. And so it turns out Surrogate Daddy is an asshole, of course. So the status of Bishop is merely a convenience for my activities on Earth. Etones, the Atoners, the organization I established within the Ethos, had two purposes. On the surface, their aim was to eliminate the Reapers or Wells that run rampant on the Earth, but that's not their only purpose. Behind the scenes, we also had selected men like Verlaine, who were responsible for observing and eliminating any corrupt people that appeared in the Ethos. You didn't have the chance to learn of this. Actually, I just never told you. There was another role I wanted you to perform. So Billy was left in the dark of what his job's true purpose was. So no wonder Prim hated him. And Jesse's getting real tired of the exposition, and he calls Stone by his real name, Stein. So it turns out the two of them got history, and Stone/Stein gets away in his giant gear stored in the basement, as you do. And the gang realize they need to get to the times before it's purged, because again, they're purging anybody who's affiliated with the whole thing. And so yeah, that's already happening at the dig site. And so they head out there to try to help them. And it's being shot at by a super weird ship.
Oh.
Wait a second, we've seen that ship before.
We have.
So, remember that masked woman? That was her ship. So let's think about who's aiding who here. So Ave is being aided by Gebler from Solaris. Kislev is being aided by Graf and a mysterious masked woman. Graf gave Kislev the plans to make Weltall, which involved Solarian tech, and he told Gebler that Kislev got a hold of the Solarian gears parts. But as far as we know, Graf isn't a part of Solaris, so why did he get a hold of all this stuff? And why does the masked woman have a super fancy Solarian warship? So the link here must be the woman. So what woman do we know? has a position of power in Gebler, seems to know Graf pretty well.
Pretty well.
It's shady as hell. Ha! She's playing both sides. She's playing the part of wanton destruction and also working at Gebler at the same time, so she wants something.
So wait, when do we find that? Like, because this hasn't been like revealed.
No, and it's just one of the things that, but by now you can kind of, the ship is what is supposed to help you deduce it.
Okay.
So I figured I would just lay it out because again,
it does help it make a lot of sense.
Extremely unique ship. So it can be puzzled out at this point that she's the link between the two. And again, we don't know why. We don't know why she's doing this, but we know that she's up to some kind of tricks. So, back to the times. Corellian's here to get the nanomachines. The wells are just being dumped on the ship to kill them all. And so they're on the times they're attacking it.
Wait,
and
Corellian, who the fuck is Corellian?
Corellian is the person who's sort of like above, equal with the Emperor. Corellian is who they mentioned. Corellian put the Gazelle Ministry into the orb when they lost their bodies. So he's like really good at technology. He really wants these nanomachines, and the council does. I mean, the ministry doesn't understand why he wants the nanomachines, but we've only just started hearing about Corellian.
Oh, that's right. I'm. You can't see. I'm holding my head. Like, I kept mistaking.
We're gonna want to know about Corellian, though.
Yeah. So we heard about Corellian, and hello, Frenetic in the chat. I kept thinking that, like, I was conflating Corellian and Emperor Cain together as one person, but...
No.
Oh, Jesus. People. Fuck. Okay.
2 people. So they're 2 people. But again, so Corellian is super duper old, but he did used to be a land dweller at some point. So just something to keep in mind about him.
Oh, that's right. But he's the guy that we know to be, like, 500 years old, and we don't really know why.
Yeah, he's had some sort of life-extending technology, but... so he's there to get those nanomachines that he wants while they're attacking the ship. But actually, as it turns out, the captain's doing pretty good. Like they killed a lot of people. They blew up like a lot of people, but his ship actually survived and has taken like the survivors on board, and they're actually doing all right, which is kind of badass. So this whole bunch of drunks, as you can see the guy holding alcohol in the front.
Yeah, they
were able to hold their own against Solarian wells, which again, pretty wild. Good for them.
And they're just innocent, independent contractors too. Like, it's really horrible that like they're coming under fire for this.
Yeah, they have no idea what's going on.
What the hell did they do?
Because I wanted to stress that they weren't like involved because we don't want them dead. We love them. They're great. But yeah, so they turns up and he's like, things are bad. He's like, things are very bad right now, but like we're holding our own for now. So the gang decide to get to the dig site to go track down Stone, because Stone was going to that dig site. And it's already full of assassins who already arrived there to kind of kill everybody inside. But what's this? Graf is just chilling nearby in the ocean. He's just chatting with Mang about how someone's gear is reawakening. So he's just there to watch. He's chilling nearby while this is all going down.
I don't remember this.
And so they decide to explore the city for themselves. If we had brought Ellie, we would have actually learned a lot about the city. So I'm just going to use the screenshots of what she talks about just to explain it.
Who did
so
we
we're
bring
see
instead?
What we should have seen. What we could have seen if we had brought her along.
Who did we bring? We would have brought Billy.
We brought Billy, and I can't remember who
Bart?
else we brought. Did we bring Shaitan? She did?
I don't know.
I don't remember. We may have brought him. But I don't remember who we brought.
I think I brought Bart.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
So Ellie weirdly knows the name of this city when really before this point it hasn't really been discussed about. They head into some computer room, and oddly enough, she remembers it, and she calls it terribly lonely and familiar. And then there's a hallway where she kind of starts going on. She sees herself covered in blood, and she's dying, and says there was no pain, just coldness and sadness. And when they reach a computer, Ellie would say some really cryptic, weird stuff about, "Oh, vessel for a new soul, may the soul who resideth in you find peace." And her soul's password manager or whatever just kind of kicks in, and she just starts unlocking stuff in the terminal in a trance. And while Saitan's like, maybe don't do that. But then a troll doll appears in the tube, so it's fine.
Wait, do we think that this is the hallway where her horrible flashback occurred?
No.
No?
No. This is
this is a different bloody hallway.
This is her dying. This isn't her killing people. This is her seeing herself dying in a 4,000-year-old city.
What?
So, clearly, there's been some reincarnation going down. So, but of course, Stone was just hanging around waiting for us to unlock the thing so he could take it, naturally. And he steals the girl in the tube, which actually turns out to be the nanomachine. So it's a girl, it's made of nanomachines. And that's what Corellian wanted. And so he tries to slow us with Talon and Seraphita. Doesn't do very good. Anyway, remember Faye, like the main character? He is recovering in bed on the Yeeg after his drowning. And he's kind of in bed hallucinating again about a vessel who will free humanity from its yoke. And he like keeps seeing that girl, the nanomachine girl. And he starts like seeing himself with the girl. And it's not him, it's someone who looks just like him. And he keeps seeing an Ellie lookalike trapped in this hallway where she's gunned down by a bunch of people.
Is that what I was supposed to understand from this?
Well, we didn't get to. We didn't bring Ellie, so we didn't see that.
Yeah.
We didn't see her side of the story. But yeah, so basically, some sort of previous reincarnation of Faye lived down there, had something to do with the nanomachine girl, and Ellie died.
Okay.
So creepy Faye shows up again with the cross, and suddenly Faye's gone, and the nurse can't find him. The gang catches up with Stone. And suddenly they hear a voice screaming, give it back, and Id just shows up. He's like, hey, because, Graf's around, so Id wants to be there too. And like, maybe this is what Graf was waiting for? Anyway, we fight him, and then surprise, Wise Man shows up. And he grabs Id so that we're able to get away.
Fucking everybody.
So he puts Id in a timeout and tells the gang to leave. Stone escapes the ship. But, just gives Shitan some time to explain what happened. I was worried about what Bishop Stone mentioned. He said he needed her to free humanity from its yoke. Perhaps some ancient information on human body reconstruction is hidden inside of her body. Demi Humans, such as Rico and Hammer, were born from the results of messing around with DNA. That was done by ancient Solaris in the hopes that it would bring about the restoration of mankind. If Corellian is thinking of trying the same thing with improved nanotechnology, that would be frightening. Again, totally normal stuff a country doctor would know.
Yeah, he really has like a deep working understanding of some pretty high level stuff.
He knows too much.
So
but on the it's a lot. It's a lot.
Did Corellian successfully make off with the nanomachine girl or did okay.
Because Corellian is on that orb ship, so Stone was taking it for him. So he got away with the girl.
Okay, and that fight on the bridge, we didn't actually rescue her. We were just having a fight. No. Okay.
Because we got delayed when Id showed up.
Yeah.
So Stone was able to escape. So they come back. They're like, "Wait, where's Faye?" And they wander out and they find Faye standing next to Weltall, and Weltall is steaming. It has steam coming off of it. Like, it looks like it's been used, and it's just like, it's running real hot. And Faye says, I woke up here from my coma. I'm just, I don't know what's going on. I'm super confused. I just kind of wandered out here. And the Yeeg has a sunroof now, which we'll never see again, so admire it. So Stone is up there, and he's not really doing anything. He's just watching. And turns out this is what he actually looks like.
Oh, that's right.
He is upset that he's being forced to just watch. He's like, I don't get it. So the Gazelle Ministry has told him to watch. And I don't know what he's watching, why he's watching, but he doesn't like it either. When, oh no, not again. Do you want the power? Graf shows up, offers him the little power seed, makes him real big and powerful. So Graf does his thing. And turns out Stein is headed out for Jesse since their military school days. So not only were they competing for leadership and Gabler, Stein also wished that he had Jesse's girl, and he got hella mad when she got married to Jesse and was tainted by him when she had his children, which is like, yuck, dude, gross. Basically, Jesse left Solaris at some point and settled on the Earth, mostly when he realized that Solarians were assholes. And he didn't just walk out on that. He didn't just like walk out on his family like Billy thought. He was trying to stop some sort of like super shady shit that was going down. He found out about something pretty horrible, which we'll talk about later. But Stone took advantage of the situation, sicked the wells on them, and killed her, you know, the girl that he used to love, to cleanse her, and then swooped in and was a savior to the children. So he made Billy hate Jesse. He couldn't convince Prim. But the trauma from seeing what really happened rendered her mute, so she's never been able to like really talk about her side of the story. So Stone basically just mocks Billy for killing innocent people and being responsible for the slave trade. You know, just really twisting that faith crisis dagger. He just really has it out for Billy. Jesse swoops in this weird, strange, small gear, and he's like, just want to make Stone shut up. He gives Billy a super cool pep talk about how it's fine. The Wells were actually suffering, so really you did put them out of their misery. You know, your heart's in the right place, and like that's where God really is. Blah blah blah. Positive power, positive change lies within yourself. You know, all that good stuff. And Shitian, however, recognizes the gear, and he recognizes the gear because he developed it. And it's a special gear that transforms into a weapon for another gear to use, probably for merchandising purposes. I'm not sure. But because he's a sick bastard, he designed it so that the pilot would be the bullet? Like, what the hell, dude? Like, why would you even design this? Like, what? Aren't you a doctor? Like, what the hell?
There's got to be anything else that they could shoot.
Yeah, it seems like, I don't know. This is not his smartest moment. And so he's trying to explain like, please stop him. Oh my God, stop him. Oh my God. Nobody listens, though, because everybody's listening to the cool speech. And so Jesse's just yelling at Billy to use the attack, and it transforms in this wonderfully dopey little sequence, and we get this gun on top of the gun. It's very nice. Very good. A+. So once it's fired, like, the barrier on Stone is defeated. We're able to take him down, and, and then Billy learns the truth about the gear, and he's all sad and is, like, sending his dad off with, like, gunshots when Jesse just walks up. And, Shitan was a sick bastard in college. Jesse was smart, and he actually stole this gear a long time ago, and he redesigned it so he wouldn't die when it was used.
A lot of foresight there. But what I'm noticing is that in Billy's storyline, there's all of these like really manipulative men who like are creating these situations where, like, you know, let's emotionally traumatize someone and then swoop in as the hero. Like Jesse kind of just did. He pulled a Stone on Billy. Well,
to be fair, like, he didn't know that Shitan would be there.
No, maybe not. Yeah, to warn him to not shoot it. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, like, he stole it years ago. Yeah. He stole it, like, when he left Solaris, and so, I mean, it would make sense that he didn't know what happened to it afterwards, but basically it was a lot of crossed wires. He apparently didn't let him know, so it's all kind of on him for designing the dumb gear that way, and then scaring everybody by assuming that nobody had edited his perfect works until later. It was already perfect. Why would you have rebuilt it? I gotta make a test for next time. Quiz show. And so Jesse then explains, like, look, I did not leave you because I am a deadbeat. I learned about this awful thing called M Project, which you've heard about a few times. And it was, like, kept secret from him, even as high military brass, and that kind of weirded him out and all that. So he went to go get to the bottom of it and stop it. And I mean, he's still like an alcoholic and all that stuff. But I mean, that didn't happen until his wife died and his son decided that her killer was surrogate dad, you know? So really, Billy is the reason why Daddy drinks. So it's kind of all on him.
Could lead anyone to the bottle, yeah.
So I'm just going to pause for a moment here to talk about M Project and just explain what it is. There's a lot of information on it, so I'm trying to piece it together too. Basically, it's the Malik Project, M Project. So they developed some serums like Sufredi. It developed the ones that turn people into wells. They also experimented with some technology to merge humans with gears, kind of like mega cyborgs. They talk about how, like, when you're controlling a gear, there's still always a delay, and so they were trying to, like, mesh the two things together, which does not sound pleasant or ethical.
Yeah,
and
you gotta
as a
get rid of that.
reminder, Ellie's father worked on this. Ellie's father worked on the M Project, but he eventually quit, so apparently it freaked him out too, so he must at least have half of a heart. And the Gazelle Ministry hopes that this project will help them get new bodies and they'll get out of the Soul 9000, which again, they were stored there by Corellian after their physical deaths. And basically the thing that Jesse learned was that the main scientist of this project wasn't actually a citizen from Solaris. It was a man named Nikolai Balthazar. And he was an expert in neurological research, and he lived in Shavat. And again, that's where Faye's dad was from. That's where the new Yig was from. It's that floating city that's not Solaris. He was kidnapped and he was forced to work on the M Project. He did not want to work on it. He refused to do it. So they just swooped right back in and kidnapped his wife and daughter. We're like, we'll kill them. So anyway, but Claudia ended up actually getting killed while working on one of the experimental gears. Basically, Nikolai snapped at this point. He's like, I gotta get my daughter out of here. I gotta get her out. Like, I don't care what happens to me. I need to save her. So he loaded up the experimental gear with info kind of about the project, and he stashed his infant daughter inside. He launched it with directions to his grandfather down on the surface. And, come to think of it, that nose and expression look real familiar. I feel like we've met somebody who's got, like, that face. Remember Old Man Ball? He's back! 90 slides later.
Oh.
That was his grandfather.
Jesus.
So, I guess Old Man Ball was short for Balthazar.
Oh,
so
yeah,
anyway.
Of course, yes.
Yeah. I bet
it's
you were
so
like,
simple.
no, I don't know anybody who looks like that. What the hell is your problem? So at some point, Grandpa Ball sent Maria and her gear back to Shavat for safety. So she was on Earth for a while, but he got in contact with them and sent them up there.
Where the hell do we even meet Maria? I don't remember.
We're gonna meet Maria later.
I'm sure
we
we're
haven't
getting
actually
there.
met her yet.
Okay.
Again, this is the infant daughter.
Yeah.
So all we know is basically Jesse learned about this infant daughter story.
Oh,
but
okay.
Where he got stuck was that he couldn't get into Shavat.
Mm-hmm.
However, remember that person that we rescued in the basement? Turns out they're from Shavat. The church had them there and were torturing them for information. And so the Shavat agent is like, hey, I think there's a way to contact them. Originally, Shavat was on the top of Babel Tower. So if we get up to the top of it, we might be able to contact them. And no, you cannot fly. That would break the rules. You can't do it. You must climb. So I guess before we get into the stupid tower.
Yeah, the tower's the whole thing. I guess, and I'll do the recap just so you can have some water and rest your voice. Every Monday here on this channel, I'm playing through Xenogears 3 to 4 hours at a time, which is not a great way to play a game with such a dense and convoluted story with, so many characters and so many different agencies and plots and schemes and conflicts. So this is the second PowerPoint presentation that TheKubliest has come up with to recap the story up to this point, clarify points that weren't necessarily clear, and also do a recap of all the people who are involved, because it is a little bit difficult to keep track of, who is part of the Ministry of Gazelle, and who were the E-Tones, and who's working for whom, and so at this point in the game, if you're familiar with the game, we have just got the first Omni Gear, And that's where we're at right now. So we're going up to that point, recapping everything. And this is actually really handy because there's a ton of stuff that I've forgotten about. And it'll, I'm sure, be helpful to know as we move forward. So if you have any questions, things aren't clear, no, there will not be a test. But I am hoping that maybe when we finish the game, we could have a test section.
Trivia!
I'll be sure to fail. I think that of everyone who's involved in this in the chat, the viewers, I'm the one who's understanding it the least. But it's becoming a bit more clear. It's also becoming a bit more clear the further we get along in the game, where you've met more people, you've gotten a little bit more information, you've seen these guys for a bit longer, and I feel like I'm understanding it better this PowerPoint than last one.
Yeah, because now it's less like, but what is this mystery? Like, we have the answer to some of them.
We have a couple of the mysteries, like, at least, they're if they're not fully developed, they're developing.
And surprise!
Hey! Oh, dude, Margie really is the. Does she have grenades in her
It says
cape?
she really has them. So yeah, she was going to be a playable character, and she was going to come with a whole bunch of explosives.
And so she kind of, like, when she's standing around in the fights, right, and she's just kind of helping from the sidelines, she does throw some really, really weak bombs and pin her heels, but it's great.
Yeah, that was going to be her whole shtick. So I figured by now we needed that.
Is there a fan mod that puts her into the game? Or,
probably.
Oh, that'd be tremendous.
I've never looked into the modding scene. I can't decide if there's no one in it or if there's like more people in it than I expect. It's either one of those two. I don't know. Find out. Yeah, she got scrapped for time though, unfortunately.
Oh, that's too bad. She's great. Oh, Jesus, this thing.
So, as I mentioned now, we are going to be going to the top of the Tower of Babel, which should be easy. Anyway, long story short, we climbed the tower. It was really awful, but the main thing is that the inside of the tower had a very strange looking orientation. So let's take a look here. So like why are the screens so tall and skinny? And why does the text go from up and down? I mean, there's definitely plenty of languages that do that, but it just doesn't look right on the screen. Something's going, we're not looking at this place from the right angle. So what if we start first by turning things, but it's still distracting. So I'm going to black some stuff out. I'm going to put some labels. We'll look at that. The chair on the floor. The chair's now a chair on the floor.
Uh-huh.
Everything looks kind of like how they should. The screens are in landscape, not portrait mode. And, the text looks more right. But, those screens, they remind me of something that we see every time we turn on the game. So, at the start of the game, it features this whole scene that's actually incredibly good and exciting, but it actually takes place 10,000 years before the game starts. But, oh my god.
Oh.
They line up.
Do they really?
So Faye was in this room. This platforming section was like really weird and like, why are there streets on the walls? It doesn't make any sense. But what if, again, we flipped the roads, put them where they should be, blocked out the distracting elements? Well, heck, we were climbing around on that city.
Oh, that's incredible.
Ta-da! And come to think of it, we fought some like weird little security bots, and something about them also looked familiar. Oh, they were the small security bots that we saw that got taken over and killed all the humans. Even their attack matches. So that's what you were fighting, is the leftover security bots.
God,
fun times.
Did we find out what happened to the lady in orange who's working in the bridge?
We don't know her final. She got on an escape. She got on like the escape ships, but the escape ships were blown up by the ship's own security.
Boo.
So we don't know how many survived, if any.
Okay.
It's a shame, but maybe we'll find out. So so someone looks familiar. So, oh my god, it's the ship from the start of the game. Ta-da! I lined it up. Anyway, it is the ship. It is exploded. It is face down in the earth. Actually, I noticed something later that I was like, I'm not going to go back and do it. But on this scene, you can actually see that thing on the screen that's getting covered up is a diagram of the ship called the Eldridge. So you can see that the whole front part of it is extremely long and skinny. So that's like a top-down view of the shape of the ship. So this is a chunk of that tall, skinny part is what we're seeing here. So yeah, figured it was probably best if I just,
There
bam,
we go. There we
it
go.
is. Can you believe it that part is relevant?
It really just feels like it's flavor.
Yeah. So that's where we are. We made it. Ta-da. Anyway, if you've never seen the opening scene, I would highly recommend if you just look up Xenogears opening. Very good. Should be an anime in itself. Excellent.
Or just tune in next week at about 5:50 Pacific time. It usually plays 3 or 4 times before we start the show.
But again, just do a little recap. I talked about it, but at the end of it, we got to see the sexy naked woman, and she lands on the planet and looks up at the planet.
Tremendous.
So, as I said, this is 10,000 years before. So this is how humans get to this planet. They are not native. If you remember, way back in Old Man Bald's house, he was talking about how humans just showed up one day about 10,000 years ago. This is why.
Oh.
And so they appeared suddenly 10,000 years ago and didn't evolve like other native creatures on the Earth.
Oh, thank you for the facts. Welcome to the channel, Deco Ray. So are we to believe that like that the tower was still filled with people when it landed?
Not really, no, because the only human that we saw or
It's
humanoid
just her?
is her. So that's all we've seen so far.
Mm.
It didn't look like people had been living in that thing because it wasn't like built for people to live in.
Okay.
But so all we know is that ship crashed like on this planet. We see this person, humanoid, and after that person thing lands is when humans show up.
Okay.
So man, Old Man Ball is way more relevant than you ever thought he'd be.
I mean, you run into him way too soon, like, and probably intentionally so. That like he drops this stuff that like you can't make sense of at the time, and you'll totally forget it by the time you need to know it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
But speaking of native creatures, we have one hanging out with us. Yay! It's Puckle, aka Choo Choo. Well, we named Choo Choo Puckle in this game, so.
Yeah, fabulous.
So she was a stuffed animal that Margie was dragging around that turned out to be a sentient creature native to this planet. She has a crush on Faye, adds Chew to random words. She's the animal mascot because you gotta have one. And at the moment, she lives on the Yeeg. So, just real cool. We like her very much. But back to the tower. So right before they reach the top of the tower, the gang is attacked by Ramses and Meng again. And Ramses is all, "Rawr, Faye, you got away, but not this time. I'm going to get you." And Faye's all like, "Why are you so obsessed with me?" It's a bad day for him. So they just, wipe the floor with Ramses again because he is a pushover. He's a total pushover. And then suddenly, a blast hits the Gebler ship from the sky. A laser shoots Ramses' ship, and it's from Shavat. So they all pull out and leave, and the gang keeps heading up to the top of the tower, and hopefully they don't get blown up too. So when they get there, a girl in a gear kind of attacks them. And don't worry, it's just Maria, just kind of a fun little test. They're just, seeing if they're worthy. So they pass, and they literally just fly up to Shavat, which we could have done. We did not have to climb this tower.
Such a chunky
we did not
gear,
have to climb
too.
This tower.
Like, she really just has, like, the thickest gear.
It is the thickest gear. And so when we see Shavat, it's obviously been made of materials salvaged from the tower, because it's, like, the same color and everything. Yeah, and that gear looks a lot like Calamity, too. I wonder if Old Man Bala was really good at building gears at some point in his life and passed it down to his children and grandchildren.
It seems like everyone is a gear expert in this game.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
How many gear manufacturers do we have just in the party?
Ooh, well, Cheetan for sure. And then she's like, we've just met a lot of people after that. But because we learned that Shavat used to be stationed at the top of the tower, or at least it was moored there while they were building it. So that's kind of where all that stuff came from. So let's talk a moment about Siebzen, who is the name of her gear, which is 17 in German, because it was the 17th test gear, obviously. Also, Nikolai has been taking notes from Cheetan's book about how to rate gears. Something we need to stress is that she literally commands the gear by standing on its head. She does not ride inside of it safely. She sits on top of it and yells commands at it like it's a Pokemon.
That's right.
So just, again, just strange choices. And if you notice, like, when you fight her, if somebody does an attack that would, like, hit the head, she actually hops over to the arm.
Oh, does she?
Very cute. But yeah, so this seems like a bad way to have a gear, but what do I know? But I suppose, though, and actually now that I'm realizing this now, I guess it kind of makes sense, because he was part of the M project, so he was trying to mesh human and gear together, so you probably wouldn't have designed it to have a cockpit anyway. I just explained it to myself. It wouldn't have had a cockpit because it was supposed to be meshed with, like, a human being or a consciousness, so.
Oh, yeah, that's right, because you have to get rid of the input lag.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, revealed something to me now. That's nice. So we started to learn about Shavat, which is where Faye's father came from, and really it's sort of just like the capital of a former country. There was a war between Shavat and Solaris 500 years ago. We keep hearing a lot about this war, but it's finally time that we actually kind of learn about it. And so basically Shavat took off into the sky and has kind of been hiding from Solaris ever since. However, they do sometimes send down agents to rescue people who are being persecuted by Solaris, and those people become citizens then of Shavat. Most of all of the like there really aren't many original Shavat citizens, just because the war was so awful and terrible. It didn't even really take off with that many people, so almost everybody who's on this is related to somebody who came later kind of as a refugee. And Wise Man has a secret house here that if we go on a weird collectathon, we'll get to collect everything and go into his house and see some stuff about him, and it's not what you'd expect. He really likes he likes Puckle a lot. And so if you want to go back there and find it, you can find out about his love for Puckle. Oh,
and we did. We did manage to do that. It was great.
Oh, we did? Oh, good.
Yeah, we did the whole
okay, good. Then we did
whole fishing expedition.
Oh, yeah, all that good stuff. So I guess, okay, I wasn't sure, because again, that was when I was with my family. I wasn't sure if we got in there or not, so I didn't want to say too much.
Yeah, so I happened to just by luck find the stone that was hanging out here on the map.
Oh, you did? Oh, funny, because I was like, he'll never find that by himself.
I just happened to find it, and then that was like the clue. Because you find, like, I found that one, and then there's one that you're kind of, I think, supposed to find through normal exploration. And then I knew something was up with the fishing. I did have to get help to figure out how to trigger the good fish. But besides that, I did do it by a little bit of luck on my own. Yeah, and you get all those cool Puckle items in the... Yeah,
basically it turns out Wise Man is just tired of everybody, and his only friend is Puckle.
It's so good.
Which is very, very good. So yeah, so again, we're learning that almost everybody here is kind of a refugee. But the gang discovers that a whole bunch of choo-choos live here. Oh my god, they all live up here, and there's old ones, and there's different colors, and they sell you things, and they're great. And we also learned that ever since humans have been on this earth, Solaris has been messing with them. Solaris doesn't like them very much and has been messing with their DNA, which is extremely rude. So, to talk about that, they've lived on this star from the beginning, and those interlopers, jerks, hate them. So the entrance to the palace has a statue in front of it that we saw way back at the beginning of the game in that music box that exploded.
Are you fucking kidding me?
just bringing back these deep cuts here for you.
Oh my god. I did not notice that. I don't know how I would have noticed that.
No. And Wise Man's here, and he's like, oh, dude, I've been here the whole time. So clearly he survived that fight with Id when he held him back. And I mean, he said before that he trained with Faye's father in Shabbat, so obviously he would be living here. You know, it makes sense. So we meet the queen, who's actually 522 years old, and she says it's an atonement for something horrible that a man did 500 years ago. And so we can assume it's linked to that event that caused the Gazelle Ministry to lose their bodies.
Oh.
And so she seems to think it's some sort of punishment. Like, she doesn't want to be alive. She wants to die. You can tell when you look in her eyes. She's done. So this is a punishment kind of thing. But we can kind of assume this is what happened to Corellian. But like, how is Corellian connected? We're gonna find out soon.
Corellian survived all that and was the one who put the consciousness of the ministry into the computers?
Yeah.
Okay.
But we don't really know the specifics of it yet. We just know that he was connected to that somehow.
Okay.
But we're going to learn a little bit about him coming up here.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, Bart really doesn't like this. And so the queen asks them for help defeating Solaris. And Bart's like, I'm not going to help you. I got stuff to do back at home. Like, this is all weird. And the queen makes some comments about Roni, who was Bart's great-great-grandfather. And she basically says, like, oh yeah, he was a lot more chill than you were. And so, as we're going to learn about later, Roni had a brother named Renee, and that is actually like a fun little reference to Sabin and Edgar. It's their middle names.
What?
Final Fantasy VI. Yeah. Sabin Renee Figaro and Edgar Roni Figaro. So this is a cute, fun little reference.
My goodness.
Fun thing. But basically she points out to Bart, like, hey, if we don't defeat Solaris, you're not really going to have a country to run. So,
yeah.
Think about it, please. And Wiseman encourages Faye to stick with Shabbat and says that's what your father would have wanted. And so this is when we talk to that room of religious scholars who babble on and on about a creation myth and they're not standing in order. And it's a lot. So they start by first telling us that creation myth, this is basically what Old Man Ball told us at the beginning. There was a paradise in the sky where there was no danger or death. Humans ate the forbidden fruit. God vanished them. The humans then created, they used this newfound knowledge from God to create something called Anima Relics, and they decided they were the gods now, and they went to go kill God. The battle was a rage for 10 days and 10 nights. Again, this is sort of a Noah's Ark creation myth, Eden mashup, but with robots. So God basically just killed all of the naughty humans and spared a few of the righteous ones, whatever that means. And he was severely injured, so he burrowed deep under the ground and to sleep and recover. And there's a saying that when the righteous men's children are born again, God will awaken from his long rest and give a helping hand to them. But even the person you talk to is like, but like, what does that mean? What is existence to a god? Like, I don't know if this is good or bad. So it isn't like they're all sitting around like waiting eagerly for this to come back. Like, everybody's kind of confused about this whole story. And we know that this whole thing is like weird and vague and spiritual, but we do know that the Anima Relics exist. So there's something about this story is true. And so other parts may be true as well. So the gang runs into Shitan's wife, who's back at Lahan. Turns out she was born in Shabbat. Surprise, last time we saw her, she was with the survivors of Lahan. And she tells Faye that everybody had relocated here to Shabbat, and that everybody forgave Faye because they explained to the townspeople that what happened was not his fault, and so everybody actually has forgiven him, which is nice.
Wait.
And it's
what?
Yeah.
Did I not talk to this person?
Maybe you didn't run into her because she's there, and yeah, and it's super cool that she just had Shabbat on speed dial while we had to go to the top of a stupid tower. So apparently she just dialed Shabbat, and Shabbat swooped down and picked everybody up. So that was nice.
So it picked up all the survivors of that town.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And
okay.
so basically what happened was that once they got there, like people once you live here, you get to learn the real knowledge. So they kind of just dumped They were like, look, this was not his fault. This was something involving Solaris. Like, please don't be mad at that poor boy. He suffered enough.
Yeah.
And so everybody's kind of forgiven him now, which is really nice. Because the saddest thing is whenever we run into references from Lahan, like there's a point where we run into a dog that just is barking at us constantly. And if you talk to the people around him, they're like, yeah, I don't know. We rescued this dog from Lahan. I don't, it likes everybody. Why does it hate you?
Wait, was that the dog in D Block?
Yeah, they were just dogs that just barking a lot. And
Oh
there's
my
people who's
God.
like, I can't get a hold of my boyfriend in Lahan. What's happening? So those have all just been very sad little things just there to make us feel bad.
You know, I don't even think I put 2 and 2 together. So I had no guilt.
Oh, that's good. Well, Fade shouldn't anymore. So we start to learn kind of more about the awful stuff that Solaris does, and they use lambs as test subjects, and we knew this already, but we hear about something new called a limiter. Apparently every surface dweller has some sort of microchip or whatever inside of them that keeps them weak, so they can't become strong enough to take on Solaris, and there may be a way to remove it, but only the 3 sages know how, and of course the 3 sages are missing. And of course those are also references to the sages in Chrono Trigger. But it's their last name in this game, so, you know, cute, fun little reference. So we don't know where they are. We, however, have learned that Old Man Ball is hiding out in an abandoned mine, so that's cool. And so, again, we can also assume that he also got that life extending thing, because, like, he's also 500 years old. Like, he's looking old, but he's not looking 500 years old, so. And it turns out, Corellian invented the limiter. So he's just super genius, and he's obviously, we can tell now that he had his life extended. And we learned that the Anima Relics merge into gears and turn them into the super powerful Omni Gears. And they were made by humans, but they were made by humans who were high on God fruit, so they're like, have God power in them. But I don't know what the hell a god would be building robots for, but I guess hopefully the game will explain it to us at some point. And we finally get some more info about that 500-year war thing from the past.
And so wait, are they saying there specifically that the Anima Relics are Omni Gears?
No, so like the Anima Relics are like a thing. From what I understand, is that they're a thing that like people align with, and then they become the Omni Gear.
Oh, okay.
But again, I may be wrong. I may be unclear. There's maybe no middle ground, but they talk a lot about people aligning with them.
Well, they're not doing a great job of explaining it, so it's okay if you're confused. Okay. I just wanted to make sure that if they did say it clearly, that I was understanding it, but it's still vague.
We don't really know much about it yet, and I think Clay Teapot sort of mentioned this the last stream, but he talked about how like there's a chunk of history that like would have been a previous game, so we need to think about the previous JRPG protagonists. Mm-hmm. So we're finally going to talk about the Shavat Solaris War. So this is that 500-year, this is the thing that happened 500 years ago that we keep talking about, and whatever it was, it fucked everything up, but we're finally going to learn about it. So if we're going to think about this as a separate game that didn't get made, so let's think about this war 500 years ago. This is Xenogears -1. So the scrappy JRPG protagonists would have been Roni and Renee Fatima, who were members of a nomadic group and whose names I mentioned are Final Fantasy reference. Very cute. I also love Roni's little like heart thing. It's on his neck. It's very cute. Cute little outfit. I'm like, this is... Why is it so cute? It's fine. And so apparently the desire for aesthetic goes way back in Bart's family.
Yeah, I mean that hair they don't just wake up like that. They have to have done some work.
Yeah.
To keep that curl going. Yeah.
So I'm assuming that they finally stopped being nomadic just because they got sick of, having to move all of their accessories, and they just were ready to settle down somewhere and have a closet. So they would be the first ones. Queen Zephyr of Shavat, as we mentioned. Holy Mother of Nissan, Sophia, who looks just like Ellie.
That's strange.
And a man named Lacan, who looks just like Faye. And he was originally from a frontier town, but he later settled in Nissan. And Corellian, who has blue hair. Doesn't have blue hair anymore, so apparently he got done with that. But he was a citizen of a country called Nimrod. and he's the guy who wanted the nanomachines. He's somehow directing Solaris. So he was an Earthling. He lived on the Earth. He lived on the ground. He was not a special lifted, smart Gazelle being or whatever.
Okay, wait. So one sec. I missed or somehow don't remember the beginning of this slide. What are the people on this slide, and when did we learn this information?
They did not tell you this.
Okay.
This is stuff. This is a lot of stuff. So at one point in Shavat, you walk into a room and there's a bunch of people, and they all are telling you a chunk of information about this war, but it's not in order. So I just decided I'm just going to cut through the bullshit here, and I'm just going to talk about the major players, and we're just going to go from there.
Oh, that's right. Okay, this is the war 500 years ago. Okay.
Yeah. And so think of this as this would have been the scrappy JRPG crew that would have gotten together to take down Solaris. If they had made the Xenogears prequel.
Okay.
So again, as I mentioned, we generally find out about it, but a lot of this is bonus info from Perfect Works, but I think it makes more sense if I just lay it out and I just don't. Because we've heard about Lacan, we know that we know that Ellie looks like Sophia. Faye has had hallucinations of being Lacan and working on that. We already know these things are going, and so basically it was it could have been a game on itself. So just kind of think of it that way. This is just the director's cut. So just as a heads up, the game takes place in the year 10,000. So year 0 is when that ship crashed onto the planet.
Okay.
And so, starting in 9164.
Well, good thing we established 0 and then jump straight to 9164.
We jump right here. So, this is about 835 years ago. Solaris was founded by the Emperor Cain, who we've met, and the Gazelle Ministry. And Solaris was built specifically to control the lambs. That was their point.
Okay, and was Solaris in the sky at this point?
I'm not quite clear about that.
Well, I mean, maybe so if they called them the lambs.
Because they probably had to build it anyway. So they basically, these weird people got together, and I don't really see, I'm sure there's history before it somewhere, but I'm I just got to start somewhere. Let's start here. The next year we jump to is 9488, and that is when the religious Nissan sect from the country of Nimrod had a really, really violent schism, and everybody was murdering each other. And the big thing that started this is that a bunch of people said that Sophia was the Holy Mother, and they're we need to have a Holy Mother. So anyway, they declared a pope, and everybody killed each other over it. So it was very divisive. And so again, they split at that point. So the thing though is that at this time, there was just widespread warring and instability within all of the lambs on the earth. And Solaris kind of uses this to their benefit because they're able to just take over while people are busy killing each other. So in 94-95, the Holy Mother, she decides that they need a rebrand, and so she rebrands the Nissan sect into the Nissan Orthodoxy. So that's specifically her offshoot of the religion. So she kind of names it that, and she actually kind of establishes Nissan as its own country. She gets its own military force, and it's led by Corellian, who she'd met quite a few times before, but we'll go back that later. But anyway, Corellian is actually the head of Holy Mother Sophia's, church army. Okay. For lack of a better term. So that's where he comes in. In 94-96, humans start developing the ability to use ether. Because our ether attacks, that's still 500 years ago. But it's kind of a recent thing. It was sort of a new evolution. So, it was kind of weird. And Solaris really pushed that invasion to make sure that they had full control over the lambs at this point. And refugees started pouring into Nissan looking for help. And that's kind of how Nissan became a country. It just was a bunch of refugees trying to get away from Solaris. And so it increases its power and its population, and like that's where like Lacan comes in. You know, it kind of just becomes the religion becomes a country because of this, because Holy Mother Sophia is taking care of people, and so people are going to go to where there's food and supplies and an army to protect you.
Yeah, why not?
And so, yeah. Oh, what were you saying?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, I would do that.
Yeah.
But yeah, so basically, Shavat and Nimrod are like the two kind of big countries at the time, and they joined forces with this, like, there's a lot of nomadic groups, but the biggest one is one led by Roni and Renee Fatima, and they all form what they call the Anti-Solaris Alliance. And basically, the Solarians have like enslaved the Earth, and so this is like they're trying to get their freedom back at this point. Like, they've enslaved people, they're killing people, they're just doing experiments, they're doing it in broad daylight, and so they just, you know, they're done, but they know they need to team up. It's the only way. And in 94-99, that's when actually the Queen Zephyr visits Nissan for the first time as an emissary and kind of convinces Sophia to join the alliance as well. Sophia and Lacan are reacquainted, and he begins work on her portrait. They actually met. She was very sickly as a child, and actually kind of like had some time on holiday near where he grew up. And like he says, like they weren't friends or anything, like they weren't close, but he drew a portrait of her for her to take. And so at this point, like they knew each other, they re-met each other again, and he agreed, like, oh yeah, I'll paint a portrait at you. So he starts painting this portrait. And so that portrait that's on the wall, this is when it started. And during this time, 4 members of the Gazelle Ministry align with Anima Relics. And so the ministry has 12 people. So 4 of them were able to get a hold of Anima Relics and get cool gears and things like that. So that's a force to definitely be reckoned with. And at this time, basically Roni, Renee, and Lacan headed out to find their own Anima Relics to compete, because it was the only way they could compete at that point. And they were successful, so hooray. And Lacan even manages to kill 4 members of the Gazelle Ministry. Like, this nice little painty boy has a little murder streak in him, and kills 4 of them, again, which is pretty wild.
While using an Anima Relic.
Yeah,
whatever that
so
means.
He's little painty boy. And it very much looked like the Anti-Solaris Alliance was winning the war. Like, there was a lot of people dead. Like, it had been, what they had won was at great cost. And in fact, so basically they looked like they were winning, but suddenly the Solaris army surrounded them. And Sophia actually sacrifices herself to save her people. So she dies during this attack. And like they're still kind of technically in the lead at this point, but obviously pretty demoralized because the Pope just died. And then what happens is what people have been talking about, called the Day of Collapse. So this is something they talk about. This is like where the Gazelle Ministry is like, oh, the day we lost our bodies. So this has been talked about a lot. It's like this like really horrific day. And what happened was, shortly after Sophia's death, an unknown army known as the Diablos Corps appears out of nowhere. And they are really into murder. And 98% of all life on the planet is wiped out. Like, they're just here to kill, and that 98% is wiped out in one single day. And that's known as the Day of Collapse, or sometimes called the Diablos Collapse. And so a weird, mysterious, powerful force that just shows up and kills things kind of sounds a lot like id and Graph. So there may be some kind of connection there, but we're not totally sure at this point. But they seem to kind of fit into that category, but they don't seem to have an army, so they're not quite as cool as the one that killed 98% of people on Earth. But they sort of seem to they're the same flavor of crazy. And so yeah, and then the remaining members of the Gazelle Ministry are killed. They lose their physical bodies. Shavat only survives because they launch from the tower. They had just finished that capital, and they were able to launch it with, and basically only were able to save the queen and the sages, and like basically nobody else. So they're currently protected by a barrier, but they don't have a lot of offensive capabilities, and they can't really like land and refuel because Solaris will kill them. So they're just sort of like at an awkward stalemate with them, where they're protected, but they can't attack back at Solaris. And so that's like why they've never been able to, restart the war again or anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got called away for a moment. Who are the Diabolos Corps?
We don't know.
So they're just referenced.
We have no idea. Basically, so the two of them were fighting. Sophia died, and then shortly afterwards, just this unknown army from no country.
Okay.
Nothing. Just showed up and killed 98% of life on Earth. Just
Day of collapse. Okay.
Just destruction, and and it seemed like it was God itself who was very pissed at them. It was just. And it wasn't really like an army of people, and like again, it was just very confusing. But basically, just this force of hatred showed up and just
and attacking both sides apparently, because the Gazelle Ministry they got hit too. Okay.
Yeah, so everybody got hit, and we've talked about before how like Graf is playing side. He doesn't care. He's just kind of there to cause destruction.
Yeah.
It as well. It is attacked both sides. So it seems like again, like they're not. We're gonna learn about them a little bit more, but I mean, I guess
they're kind of agents of chaos.
They're connected. They're connected for sure. And I will say that Graf was there. Graf was a major player in the Diablos Corps, and because again, this just very much sounds like his energy, just showing up and just killing. So again, it was a big mystery, and like nobody predicted it. It just happened completely out of left field, and 90% of all life on Earth, which kind of sucks for everybody on Earth. And so basically Roni and Renee, they have to stop the war, and they get in their Omni gears and they go to battle those Diablos Corps and to kill them to hopefully save humanity, basically, and they are successful. Hooray. However, though, Renee is killed. He dies protecting his brother, so that's sad. But Solaris takes over again because 98% of life is destroyed. Solaris is probably better off because like they were kind of in the sky, like they had a better way to survive. And actually so the 2% of the world were still alive, and half of those died because like there was no food, there was nowhere to live. And so basically the lambs were forced to rely on Solaris to survive. So, like, if you were a slave, you at least survived. Like, you had to bend to their will to get food. It was, like, It was the only way. So, basically, because of this, Solaris was able to take back over, and everything that they had won, everything that the Anti-Solaris Alliance had won was just wiped just because of this horrible, horrible thing. And, obviously, Roni goes on to found the Kingdom of Ave, and he hides the Omni gear, which we know is the treasure that's locked up by the Fatima Jasper.
Oh, so, yes.
This is what he's been. This is the giant, the red giant that he has locked up for safety.
Wow.
Anyway, there's my timeline.
That's a lot.
I rewrote those slides so many times. I was finally I'm like, I just got to put a timeline out. I'm like, I just need to like. Because like I was condensing everything that they told us, and I'm like, it's still unclear. Like, we just need to just
I mean, unfortunately, like there's so many people who are involved that like we don't really know, and when they just start throwing out like as many names as they do, and you don't have like a personality to tie them to, like it's just a bunch of fucking people.
Yeah, because again, this could have been a whole video game in itself.
Yeah.
Sophia dying was clearly, the Ares moment, and all that good stuff. The tragic ending with the brother dying, protecting his other brother. It would have been a good game.
What happened to Ares?
Oh, she went to a farm up north.
Jesus. Okay, so we're almost caught up to the game, right? Does anyone have any last minute? Whoa, what was that? Oh my god!
Look at Franz. He is frustrated, and he's got Talon and Seraphita, and everybody's all upset.
Everyone's
but anyway,
just pushing
this
buttons.
is the picture that I just discovered.
That's
right
incredible.
before. So I decided I should have it up while we're chilling here for a second. I just love how frustrated he looks and his little flippers.
Aw.
Pressing those buttons.
All right, give me, if you don't mind, one moment. I just gotta refill my water.
Yeah, I was doing a last-second flip through of Perfect Works, and I saw this, screamed, very excited. I know, like, it's just think about how hard he works every day, because he's got flippers. He didn't even get hands. He doesn't even have fingers. And I mean, I guess it's really neat that they built the controls to be like nice big buttons for him. I do like that. That's neat. I just love his little. It looks like he's wearing PJs. That's, I think, why I like him so much. It's like little footy PJs, and it's adorable. Yeah, they had drawn a lot of these weird little artwork things. I need to save it all for Josh, but it's in a section where they have art that they like fax to each other. Like whenever they'd have like a free chunk on the piece of paper, they would like draw these little pictures back and forth. Not sure if this one was one of those exactly, but so yeah, the Perfect Works has a whole area devoted to faxes, which is pretty rad.
Faxes?
Yeah, I was saying about the Perfect Works has a whole section devoted to faxes.
Yeah, we really got to get scans of that and send it to Famous Faxes.
Yeah, I was gonna pull them out for you. I downloaded them all so I could pick out the ones, because I don't think that most of them are just like drawings of waifus, as I imagined, as I said before. So, you know.
Well, that's great too.
This piece is art, very cute. But we are now in the home stretch.
Okay.
We're now in the home stretch. So, the gang decides, okay, fine, we're gonna aid Queen Cypher. And then Shavat is attacked. And they're like, we think it's just like one Gubbler soldier. And so they've gone into the gear hangar. And so we head down with Maria and realize that it's Dominia. She's up here again. And like, how do they keep finding us? They keep mentioning these like memory cubes, but like, what the hell is a memory cube? And like, why does it know everything that we've done? This will, of course, be explained later, but good little food. Good something to think over right now. Like, what the hell? How do they know everything that we've done? And so she is here to take back the gear, and at least kind of, or at least kind of confirm its existence and confirm that's why it's here now. Because again, they lost it. But she pauses for a little bit to traumatize Maria. So Maria never really knew about the true nature of her father's work, and now they're telling her about how he made human gear hybrids and like it's bad. But luckily, good old Uncle Jesse is here because he just shows up to stop people from traumatizing people, which is very nice. Whenever they start going on monologues, this is not the first time he's done this. So basically tells her to shut up and go home, and she's like, fine, I'm outclassed here, I'm going to leave. But that's when the rest of Gubbler attacks. And Choo Choo says that she's going to help. So Puckle is all ready to go. And we're like, what the hell? How are you going to help? And she's like, you'll see. Don't worry about it. But I'm here and I'm going to be a big help to you.
And it's just the most fucking hype moment ever.
Yeah. And she is ready. She's ready to murder. But you're like, I don't understand what this cantaloupe is going to accomplish. But that's fine. And so the next gear that shows up is Oxen, 18. So this was the gear that came after hers. And there's apparently an Anima Relic, the thing that turns things into Omnigears. It's stored somewhere in Shavat, and they want it real bad. So that's like why they're attacking when they haven't really attacked before. And it appears that Nikolai did accomplish what they wanted him to. So he, at some point, was fused with this gear. His consciousness was fused into it. So gross. And the gang take out the whole force until only Nikolai's gear is left. And he uses some kind of weird thing that actually freezes everybody's gear, so nobody is able to move. And he's like, oh, well, I'm here to destroy now. And so that's that little beam that he shoots. And Shitan theorizes that maybe Maria's gear could do something, but she's not doing very well emotionally and is not really able to go get into it, so she's kind of too freaked out. But don't worry about it. Puckle is here, and she stomps right on up to yell at Nikolai. And Nikolai keeps dunking on her intelligence.
I mean, that really, it's some absolute heroism that a creature that small. I mean, obviously, like Puckle knows how strong she is, but like really, like looking at that image there of how tiny, it's incredible bravery. It's so awesome.
This is one of the scenes that I would even if you do not care about Xenogears, it's a real fun one.
Yeah.
What Choo Choo is able to do. So if you look up, I guess Choo Choo Xenogears, I don't know.
Yeah, looking up Puckle Xenogears won't find you a whole lot.
Won't show you much. But this scene is very much worth watching because it's just like you have just been forced to go through some really bad dungeons and your brain is just shattered. And then like this happens and you're just like, what the hell is this game?
Yeah, it really happens at a point where you really need it to, because like it has been dark, it has been grindy, and you just need some good, free, feel good fun.
Yeah, we're all emotionally ready for this on several levels.
It's tremendous.
So as a heads up, the place I get these screenshots from have named Choo Choo Cthulhu, which honestly is absolutely amazing. But her name is not canon Cthulhu, so when you see that I mean, it's funny as hell.
Yeah.
They did a good job, but just heads up. Anyway, she yells a whole lot, and then let's get ready to rumble, you bad boy. Good line. Sorry, I had to post the line. It was so good.
God, that's sick.
And basically begins glowing with the light of God and transforms into just a giant Choo Choo, just real hell big. So as we learn, all Choo Choos used to be able to do this, but Solaris kept meddling around with their genes, probably because they were intimidated, because these things would have definitely ruled the earth if the humans hadn't gotten them. By far, they would have owned the whole earth. And so Choo Choo's also had some sort of limiter put in there, and it seems like at some point her limiter got removed, which is kind of weird. That means that she's been hanging out with the sages, so turns out she's been rubbing shoulders with people way bigger than us, so that's neat. So Choo Choo actually does a pretty amazing job, and it's very impressive, and we're all extremely proud of her. But it does get knocked out, and I mean not knocked out, basically just like shot in the face, and she's like, ouch, and it's kind of sad about it. But at this point, Maria's like, okay, wait a second, this has cheered me up immensely. I can do something now. Time to fight. So she hops on into her gear, kind of talks to him about like, my father was really nice and caring, and it wasn't like you. Like, I'm going to defeat you. You are not my father. Like, this is not right. And so suddenly we hear from her real father. We hear from Nikolai, and calling out from this enemy gear is like a recording kind of for different AI interface that is her dad, how she remembers him. And he tells her like, I'm dead. I'm so dead. Like, I'm dead and gone. I am data in a machine, and they turned me into this horrible thing. But I set up this thing that this would activate once I was in the presence of your gear. And I also set it up to start downloading all of the data onto your gear as well. So basically, I'm dead, very, very dead, but I will forever live on in the spirit of your gear, and my power will be yours, and I love you. All that. It's very sweet. And then he tells her like, look, you really need to just blow up this gear right now, and she won't do it. She's too emotional. And he basically says like, well, fine, I'll do it myself. And turns out she has some like gravity cannon. And so the Nikolai program makes the cannon come down and makes his daughter murder him. But again, it's not him. It's this horrible thing that he was trapped in, and it's good that he's dead. Yeah, and the dramatic music for Marie is great. It's actually like really emotional and sweet, and for as far as this kind of stuff could go.
Yeah, people keep building these like insane like murder guns into their gears. You know, like Saitan with like the suicide bullet and
yeah. People build some weird stuff.
Yeah, like really specialized equipment.
But, you know, it's very sweet. I'll always be with you now and forever. You know, very sweet. Anyway, all's well that ends well. And that's when we learned that Shakan, remember that guy from like forever ago? Anyway, he's invading Nissan right now. And we already got a new Yeeg. This one can fly. Hooray. And because everything is magically falling into place, one of the sages returns. And it's not the one that we've met. It's a different one. And basically, Wiseman, Gaspar, and the Queen start kind of gossiping about that there's an Omni-Gear somewhere, and it's reacting to Ellie. And they obviously 100% know that she is some sort of reincarnation of Holy Mother Sophia. And they note that, like, she was hesitant to accept that power as well. So, just sort of confirming that connection. And Gaspar digs on in there and removes everybody's microchips, so like now they can be more powerful. And we fly right over to Nissan to get rid of Shakan. And so we split the group. So one group goes to secure the capital. The other group heads to Nissan to free it. And the gang is able to take down this piddly little force that's kind of around there, but all the citizens seem to be missing. We find one of the sisters who explains that, well, she apologizes, and she's like, I'm so sorry. They were holding citizens hostage. They were going to kill them all. The sisters, we had to tell them what the Fatima Jasper is. So as it turns out, the sisters had been notified. So probably Margie had told them at some point. So they knew the true identity of the Fatima Jasper. And they had to tell Shakan because there are people being held hostage, and they're still being held hostage. And Margie's not mad. She's like, you did what you had to do. Like, thank you for saving the people. Like, I honestly appreciate that you did that. You made the right call. And so they decide to go. They know that the citizens are inside of the mausoleum, and the treasure is inside of the mausoleum, so they need to go to the mausoleum. And Faye, like, helpfully asks, like, oh, you mean a grave? Because he likes to repeat himself a lot. And so basically, also inside of that mausoleum are at least a couple of Fatima Jaspers. Because as it turns out, Fatima Jasper is their eyeball. So they all have these very particular blue eyes, and there's a retina scanner, and it has to scan it, and that's what breaks the seal. It has to identify. And so Shakan is just going to pop some eyeballs out of a corpse and break the seal. It's going to just totally destroy Margie's mother and take her eyes.
Yeah, although
oh, no.
I still don't believe that like the eyeballs would be intact.
Yeah,
after.
But
thanks.
Future tech,
Good.
I don't know.
No,
but
before
I
we
saw an opportunity in it.
I love the eyeballs. Before we get too far along, we had our limiters partially removed. Is that right? And has that played into the game much?
They were fully removed.
Removed.
So far, like, we haven't seen much. Like there's nothing direct that happens. Because again, this is like where they started running out of time. And so basically here at this point was like they just like showed us on the screen the text that was just like oh, they got their limiters removed. We didn't even really get to talk to Gaspar or anything, but all we know is that whatever Solarian microchip that we had is gone now, so we can keep on getting stronger. Hooray. So they decide to head to the mausoleum, and it does not look like a mausoleum. It is all futuristic as hell.
Yeah.
And it also doesn't just store bodies. There is something that Bart mentions that I'm repeating because it's important. He also says that inside of the tomb somewhere is his father's last will and testament. So this is important that his father's will is in there. So this is something that Bart is going to casually scoop up while they're in there. They don't really talk about it, but he while he's there, he decides to grab his father's last will and testament because he's going to take back the capital, and he wants to read that will to the people. So he snags those docks while he's in there too. There's a few of Shakan's troops inside. We take them out pretty quick. We free all the citizens. Margie checks out her mom's casket. Peepers are safely in there. Peepers are in them peepholes, so they were not dug out. So Shakan had not gone past this point because the inner doors are still locked by the Fatima Jasper retina scanner. And they also feature the same angel statues that are inside of the church, that we've seen. This is sort of one of the symbols of Nissan, is these two one-winged angels that have to help each other to fly, which is very cute. And basically, Bart steps up to the scanner and realizes, well, fuck, I only have one eyeball. And Margie's like, I'm your cousin. It's fine. Luckily, we got 3 eyeballs between the two of us. We're gonna be fine. So they each scan one of their eyes. Get on in there. Bet he's regretting all those actions now. And ding, ding, ding. We get to see the true power of the Fatima Jasper. Doors open. They're able to get back in. Gang makes it further in, and they find our very first Omni gear that was stored here by Roni Fatima, as I mentioned earlier. And it says, peace to all those who come here, fearing great calamity, we sealed this legacy and trusting its fate to you.
So hold on. Sorry. Roni and whomever, they lived 500 years ago when the Day of Reckoning happened or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But they had clearly like really advanced tech, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because again, they had all of this stuff, and remember at this time, because they were part of the same JRPG group, Roni, when he started this kingdom, would have also been friends with Shabbat, and so he was able to get a lot of Shabbat. That's like why the Yggdrasil has Shabbat tech in it. Basically, all of this tech was kind of saved from that war and like gotten from Shabbat back when they were still buddies. Because they owed him. I mean, yeah, they were now stuck in the sky, but they didn't die, and not everything was destroyed, and it was all thanks to him. So he had time, money, supplies to build all this cool shit. And two, the thing is, like, it's like things on. I think things on the planet used to generally be more advanced, but again, that collapse wiped out 98% of all life. And then half of the amount left ended up dying from like starvation. So we kind of started over.
And so, and maybe this isn't the right time to ask this. So like right now, people who have tech, they're using basically old tech that's been like recovered from pre-collapse. But the people pre-collapse, had they earned their technology? Had that civilization developed, or were they also using like tech from the Tower of Babel ship that they found, or do you understand what I'm asking?
I think it's like a combo.
Okay.
I think it's a combo. Like, I'm sure they were still using more ancient tech because again, that ship crashed and left a lot of real cool shit lying around.
But they'd been a thriving civilization long enough to also probably like develop and earn their own technology. Maybe.
Yeah, but I do think a lot of it was dug up because, as we know, the further back you go, the better the technology gets. So it's the opposite, really.
Okay, sorry.
So
because I mean, we're in this ship that's like not that old, but but has some like incredible technology.
Yeah, Z-Bomb too. That city that was 4,000 years ago. That they made nano machines.
Yeah.
So like 4,000 years ago, shit was great here, and it actually very much paralleled like our life now. Like a lot of the things in there are similar to like the conveniences that we have now, and they're creating nano machines and all this cool shit. And so like basically again, the further back you go, better technology gets. But Z-Bomb, that era was another era of like a lot of technology that was developed, kind of a big boom. And they were making nano machine girls, cool stuff like that.
Okay.
So it's kind of a combo of all that junk. And I think that during that era, they were definitely inventing things themselves, and kind of everybody has sort of been living off their scraps afterwards.
Okay. Thank you.
And so while we're in here, we also turn on the power so that we can look at that techno porn. Oh yeah, look at that gear.
Oh, so sick.
And so they turn on the power in the building, and they head back to the control room hoping and assuming that there's got to be a way to get this gear out of here.
Well, and also like we're noticing just the historical hereditary taste in style that this is like a super flashy gear with the head spike. Like we could really see where Bart gets it from.
Yeah, and like it's like sitting in a throne. Like it is so aesthetic.
Fucking chill.
They're basically just an entire civilization of just people based around aesthetic.
Yeah. Okay.
And so so I'm doing a recap before we continue.
Yeah. Sorry. This is just like the second midpoint recap of plot, just because there's been a number of major plot dumps, and TheKubliest is making sure that that as I continue, I'm not forgetting things that happened like really early in the game, and that the story's clear up to this point. So
this was around where we ended the stream last, so we're gonna get there. This is just my recap visual presentation.
It's tremendous. We're only about 4 hours in and 150 slides.
It's fine. It's fine. Look, we got 5 left.
Okay.
So we go back to the control room because we assume there's got to be a button somewhere to like, get this gear out of here, because it's not like it has to punch its way out. That just seems like a bad idea. And we learn that Bart just starts hitting buttons because he does that. And the control room literally bursts out of the ground. Turns out it's not a control room. It is a goddamn UFO.
Bart is just like Homer Simpson when he gets like woken up at work and he just starts slapping buttons and hitting levers and...
Yeah, he's just pressing shit. And
doesn't
he's like,
give a
this
shit.
Is great.
I bet he doesn't ask for directions when he's lost. He doesn't read the instructions before building his IKEA furniture.
No, he just blows it up with some Bart missiles. And again, we've seen these before. So if the security bots were the smaller little ones, this is one of the big ones. And you could tell, too, because Bart hits the wrong button and sets off the laser.
Of course.
So it has the laser just like the ones before. So basically, this is one of those security bots, like the bigger one that like would have held people instead of just being kind of like a little robot sort of thing. So, hooray. But, again, if you've ever watched any movie with puzzles, Shakan was just waiting for them to do all the dirty work for him. And he drops down in this extremely thick gear with that big old junk in the trunk. And a bunch of Pope bots come in as well. Because, again, remember, he is an Ethos Cardinal, so he's got some of the Ethos Force with him. And Margie takes off to save the Omni gear. And Shakan follows, and we kind of take out the Scragglers. But she escapes. Everybody tries to get back into the room with the Omni gear, but if you remember, it's kind of like there's another way to get in because they have it blocked, and it's locked by the retina scanner. And well, hell, Bart's only got 1 Fatima Jasper, and you need 2. So what are we gonna do? Sigurd is here though, and he tells him like he's like Bart, get up there, scan your eye. I'm going to take care of the rest. And he pops up there and scans his eyeball.
And refuses to explain.
He will explain probably. It's very soon. But he's like, now is not the time. You need to go save Margie.
Yeah.
We'll talk about this later. It's not a good time. So we got the 2.
It's fun. So weird. Like who the fuck came up with the term Fatima Jasper, like anyway, like that's such a weird word, and it just means like it's the secrets are eyeball. Like I don't know, it's just very strange that like that term has been around, and it wasn't like a relic. It was kind of a key, but it's just it's very odd naming. Yeah. So like they're all inbred enough that they have the same retinal scan, so that's cool. So Sigurd is somehow related. We have just learned, wait a second, there is a 3rd living member of that family, but it doesn't make any sense. His mother was not from the area. She was from very far away.
But he did get to go work at the castle. So anyway, he's going to explain once people are safe. So the gang heads back to the Omnigear, and they realize that Margie is actually starting to control it a little bit, despite not really knowing how to control a gear. He heads into the cockpit, and he finds out that she's been shot in the leg. She's okay, but she's been shot in the leg, so she's not doing too great. And he takes over the controls, but there aren't any. And Shakan fires a blast on Bart, but suddenly the gear blocks it. And a simple country doctor, Shaitan, deduces that the gear is actually controlled mentally. So as a side note, this is sort of like what Nikolai was working on, was like an imitation of this. Because when you're controlling it mentally, again, there's no input lag. So basically, the Omni Gear is doing what that Project M has been trying to do, except you don't have to tear apart your human body flesh and shove it into robots. You can just get in it and get out. So, a much better solution, really. And Shakan basically grumbles, and I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for those meddlesome Fatimas, you know. And he zips out of there. But luckily, Margie wasn't hurt that bad. The bullet only passed through her leg, so she just needs some basic first aid, and she's totally fine.
That's so crazy. Yeah.
But again, she decides she is not doing too well, so she does stay at Nissan.
I mean, you know, even if you have like a non-life-threatening bullet injury, you still got shot. You know, and presumably she did lose blood, so it's still something. Like,
yeah, I just love how he words it. Just, I'll apply some first aid. Super easy.
Yeah, and he has all the supplies on him, of course.
He's a doctor.
He's a doctor, yeah, simple country doctor.
So everybody marvels at their cool new Omni gear, and Bart says something about how it feels similar to his gear, only maybe slightly more powerful. Maybe slightly more powerful. My God. And this is your aesthetic. You cannot complain.
That's the fucking buffest gear.
You know this guy is going to smash out the face, and he's going to put an eye patch on it at some point.
Originally we thought that maybe we would be able to play the game afterwards, and no complaints at all. But yeah, it's gonna be 10 p.m. here. It's I think midnight where TheKubliest is. So once this is done, we're wrapping it up. Yeah.
I did warn. I was like, this might be your whole stream.
I was fine with it, but I did not anticipate. I really did think that like it was gonna. Oh, it's probably like an hour and a half. We'll tear through it.
No.
Nope.
There's too much. There's too much.
It's a complicated game.
There's a lot going on. So we head back to town. Margie's chilling, and we get an update from the gang taking over Bloodovik, the capital, and they report that Shakan was on his way there, but suddenly he turned around. So he must have realized, well, crap, they're winning so good there. Like, I cannot take the capital back. So he's turned around and he's going for something, and we don't know what he's going for. But we learned that there's a cave directly west of Nissan, and it's also possible that a gate is hidden inside.
Oh, shit.
And if we destroy that gate, we may be able to reach Solaris.
Why the fuck would we want to do that? All the bad guys are there.
It's the only way we can kill them. We gotta kill the bad guys. We gotta get in.
It sounds like such a bad idea to open up a gate to Solaris. Like, just unchecked access to Solaris. It sounds bad.
They can shoot them now. They can shoot at them now. They know where they are.
Okay.
And again, Solaris is mostly condensed, but they're also are hiding continents and land. Greedy little people. So we're gonna get some new land to step on. So
well, that would be really sick. Yeah.
And so there's a cave. They go. We don't really know what Shakan wants from there, because like he wouldn't want to destroy the gate, but like so there's something there that he wants. We're not totally sure. It's probably we can assume it's some sort of giant source of power that he's going to try to use as a Hail Mary here. So again, they talk about the gate and all that good stuff. And this is where we ended the stream last time, and we'll pick up next week.
We're all caught up.
Thank you for coming to my Xenogears talk.
So, but before we give you all of your well-deserved accolades for doing this, the one question I have is, how are all these people who are coming from Solaris and Saitan, who seems to be giving reports to Solaris, how are they? Do they have gates that they know of that they're moving through, or does no one know how to get to Solaris? Like,
we're not sure. And also, like, when Shitan is reporting to the Emperor, it's very possible for him to just be sending messages. And you know, like, their army, the army is able to freely come and go, so they clearly have the ability to come and go through those gates.
Yeah,
it's kind of built into who they, you know, built into like their tech and their military and stuff.
Okay.
But yeah, this is definitely covers somebody's AP history credit. Don't worry, there'll be documentation in the mail.
Wow, and we just hit 4 hours. We started the stream 10 minutes early, but yeah, basically 4 hours. Kubliest, my God, thank you so much for preparing this. You're enriching our experience. This is a game that I maybe would have powered through, and it is a bit different. Like I don't know how many of you play RPGs on stream. A lot of times, like, you know, you're trying to move things along, maybe not, you know, reading everything as clearly as you should. You're also checking chat and just sort of keeping tabs on everything that's going on. It's very easy to miss important stuff. Or maybe it's just me, like shit just falls out of my head as soon as I read it. But this is, like, I don't think I would enjoy this game a whole lot if I was missing all of these major connections. So it's pretty important stuff that we're doing to just, you know, check up on the plot every now and again. Fucking Franz, though. So, I mean, of all the Demi, and it's, you know, I don't think we should be comparing, you know, species against each other or anything, but I never liked Hammer very much. You know, Franz is definitely high-tier Demi-Human.
Oh, don't worry, we're gonna get some more Hammer soon, because he still lives on the Yeeg.
Oh, that's right. I don't know. I just felt like he was always like trying to rip me off. He was always like, I never felt like he was on the level. And he calls everyone bro. Someone recently I was talking to, like, really, really thought that, like, that was like the best character in the game. Oh, it was Vidon. So I guess like just he appeals to different people, you know.
Yeah, I liked him when I was younger. Like, now that I'm older, I'm like, ugh, gross. But you know, when I was younger, I just thought he was really cool and relatable, because, you know, it's relatable to feel like all of your friends are cooler than you.
Aww.
And, you know, and to be like, oh crap, everybody I know is more talented at everything, and that's sort of Hammer has a bit of that complex.
Yeah, I've never not been the coolest person in the room, so I don't really know what that feels like.
Yeah, you meet him before the sewers.
Oh,
But we're gonna get some more time with him soon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe I'll enjoy him more now. I'll like have my heart opened up a little bit more. But yeah, this game does not make plot easy, especially for, you know, like the complexity of the. I think a lot of it's that there's like countries and then factions within the countries and then organizations within the factions, and then everyone's kind of like working with each other but also like stabbing each other in the back, and there's just so much of that happening, and then a lot of just coded language, especially when those Gazelle people start getting involved, and like they're never speaking clearly anyway. Look at all this. Yeah.
Gotta get back to the backstabbing.
Oh, it's tremendous.
Oh, backstabbing is so, man, there's a lot. There's a lot of slides.
Wow. This is a lot of work you did. I know that you did this out of love for the game, but I really do appreciate how you're, you know, enriching the experience for me and the viewers here. did you get a chance, Kubliest? I might have missed it to plug the Tower of Babel shirt that's now available.
Oh, I haven't. Let me grab that link. I made a Mimi T-shirt.
It's really good.
About climbing that back. Let me grab the link. Come on. Anyway, if you too would like to celebrate climbing the tower, you can buy your very own T-shirt that says "I climbed Babel Tower," and all I got was this lousy T-shirt.
Okay, I'm putting it on the screen right now. Yeah. So please, check out this T-shirt if you like Xenogears and you hated this fucking tower. Or even if you like the tower, but it's a lot of work, it's there's no way you
love concept of the tower.
It's such a pain in the butt. But it's a fantastic T-shirt. Throw a little money at TheKubliest. Wonderful friend, friend personally and friend of the stream. Really can't thank you enough for doing this.
Thanks for letting me take over your stream for.
Oh no,
hours.
It's great. I got to eat all this lamb biryani. I didn't have to be on camera. It's great. I got basically a night off, and next week's stream, for Xenogears is gonna be it's gonna be better. Just having all this information in my head. And it's going to be just, as we move forward, understanding the events that are coming up, I'm sure will be a lot easier to do now that we've done a good recap. Because they don't make it easy.
I got to try to make a cheat sheet somehow. Put together like a cheat sheet of all the people and what we know about them.
Yeah, and we got to find out a way to distribute a quiz. Oh, yeah. I think that we should do it. What you could do is print it out and then fax it back. Maybe that'd be a way to do it.
only fax in answers.
Yeah, yeah. No, we don't accept quizzes in any other format.
Beautiful.
Cool. Well, I know it's getting towards your bedtime. Is there anything else you'd like to say about Xenogears before we go? I
really, 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 really love this game, but don't play it. And unless you're ready to really fall down a wiki hole, yeah. This game hit me at just the right time in my life where I was able to accept the vagueness because I was a late teenager and I was this is so deep, oh my god. And so I was totally able to just it didn't frustrate me, it just washed over me, in a way that would drive me insane as an adult.
Yeah. No,
but the game just really spoke to me at that point in my life. It was real good.
And I think that because there is a really there is that strong, anti-religion aspect to it, and you don't have to be a bitter atheist to enjoy it, but you could still feel that sort of anti-authoritarian vibe, Yeah. There's nothing like seeing someone have everything that they're told by the establishment turn out to be total bullshit. That has such broad appeal, Oh
yeah, oh god, that spoke to me so good.
And that comes that comes a lot later in the game. There's a lot of other stuff that's great, but I think that that's especially a moment that would have really appealed to me as a kid. Just yeah, it's all bullshit.
Yeah, that was always what I remembered is that was after that happened, that was when I fell in love with the game.
Yeah.
And you're totally right. Again, I was just the right age where I was just haha, loser.
The man's been lying to us the whole time.
Idiot. Okay, everything you believed is wrong.
Unos, you're about 4 hours late, man. But thanks for tuning in. If you want to watch the VOD, this has been a hell of an experience. We're recapping the game. What are we? Are we halfway through the game, would you estimate?
I don't even know. I was gonna wait until you were at the end of disc 2, and then I looked at how much happens until disc 2, and I'm like, it would be bad if I waited until disc 2.
And we're like 60 hours in, I think.
Yeah, we're getting. I mean, we're getting there. I mean, we're about to try to make our way up to Solaris. So that's going to be a big turning point because we've heard a lot about them.
We're about to start a warp, so that's good that we've that we've done a little bit of a refresher on who we're about to make war on.
Yeah, they deserved it.
Yeah, it sounds like they've been dicks for hundreds of years. So,
yeah, very much.
So they're about to get what they've got coming to them.
Fingers crossed. Or maybe we're gonna finally figure out why Ramses is convinced that Faye is his rival, despite Faye not knowing who the hell he is. That would be nice.
Yeah. You know, I didn't really pick up on that. You know, I just sort of accepted it. But I think that's it's good that this kind of that we get to revisit some of these moments, like things that I just took for granted. Dialogue that I just kind of filed under JRPG dialogue actually has, you know, like there's hidden meaning and subtext there if you're ready to look for it. And I never did. I just just let it all kind of just, like you say, like wash over me. And so I'm glad we went through with like a little bit more of a critical eye and put some of the pieces together.
Yeah, there's a lot of pieces.
There is.
A lot of broken pieces. Sorry, that's a joke, but it's a Xenogears joke. It's fine. You don't know song titles, so.
No, I don't. We've been listening to. I used a YouTube downloader to rip the audio off of this like hour. I really didn't think I was gonna have to loop it, but it's like an hour and 40-minute YouTube video that you sent with just chill Xenogears music. No one that I know is streaming right now, so we're not really gonna throw the host to anybody. So we'll just say our goodbyes. Kubliest, thanks so much for hanging out.
Yeah, I'm going to go lay down.
Yeah, you deserve some rest. Say hi to Alex and Leica for me.
I will.
I appreciate them, you know, lending you out for the evening for...
That's fine.
This is great. And tune in next week on Monday at 6 p.m. Pacific for actual Xenogears. We'll play the game.
Yeah. Sometimes we play the game here. Sometimes we aren't doing collegiate PowerPoint presentations.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be honest, usually when I'm quote playing Xenogears, I'm actually tweeting and eating DoorDash. So it's not so much different. All I wanted was to facilitate that for you tonight. I was like, this is getting long. I'm like, let's not divide it up. I'm like, let's just let Josh. Let's give Josh the night off because that's what he wants to do anyway.
Get him some. He can get some food.
Yeah.
I warned him, so he already knows to get the popcorn ready. We're all good to go.
Cool. All right. Well, take care, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in. And then check out the YouTube channel. We will be uploading both versions of the Xenogears PowerPoint to YouTube, so you can refresh yourself whenever you like. Hope everyone has a good evening, and we'll talk soon.